Everybody, welcome to the special meeting of the Board of Finance. It's February 2nd, and the only reason this is a special meeting is because we are starting at 7 and not 7:30. All right, so it would have been a regular meeting, but we wanted to start half hour early because we do have a lot to cover tonight. So we'll call this meeting to order, and can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
America,
and
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, just a point to the public before we begin. If the public would like to send their comments after this meeting or during the meeting, please send them to the following email: bof@fairfieldct.org. And as you would in a public meeting, please include your name and home address with your comment. Okay, again, thank you everybody for accommodating an earlier time, and thank you everyone for being here tonight. We do have a lot to cover. And actually in our next two meetings, we have a lot to cover. So we're looking to fit a lot of material between tonight and our quarterly meeting. And it's a balance of having the meetings productive and managing our time. So tonight we're going to start with Ms. DeMarco, and we'll discuss a grant that is being requested. And we have Mr. Centofanti here, as usual, in February to review our CAPRA. And then we're going to hear from Mr. Marsilio on the DPW vehicle plan, and it's something that this board has requested. Then we'll hear from the Board of Ed to discuss and review their updated 10-year plan. Mr. Papageorge will lead us through that. And as a reminder, we're going to listen to the 10-year plan because due to COVID, the plan was not ready for a capital workshop meeting on December 9th. So this was something that we had requested before we vote on the 2021, 2022 non-recurring and capital projects. And in addition, we'll review an additional 2021-22 capital project that the Board of Ed has added since our December 9th meeting. And then our CFO, Mr. Schmidt, will review the updated spreadsheets, which he has and which we have in our packet, one of 480 some odd pages of backup that we received for the non-recurring and capital projects for the town and Board of Ed. And then we will review non-recurring and capital projects for the town, and we all received our 14 points. And it looks like our department heads are with us tonight, and they'll be here to help us review, and we can ask questions as necessary so we can vote on February 16th. Right now, the plan is to vote on the non-recurring and capital projects at our quarterly meeting, which is February 16th. Plus, tonight we have some voting items in regards to WPCA. Mr. Norton will be here with us. We'll hear from Mr. DeWitt on the purchasing policy. The internal audit that Ms. Saxel was going to present tonight was taken off the agenda due to what we have to cover, and she will join us on March 2nd. So with that, are there any questions from the board? Okay. So we will go to item number 3. Item number 3, to hear, consider, and act upon the following resolution as recommended by the Director of Human and Social Services. Whereas, as part of the Senior Center 5-year bus replacement plan, it is in the best interest of the town of Fairfield to expend up to $71,000 to purchase a wheelchair-accessible motor vehicle to improve mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities. $56,800 of said purchase to be funded by a traditional 5310 capital senior bus grant under Section 5310 of the Federal Transit Act Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities Program as administered by the state of Connecticut. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Brenda L. Kupchak, first select woman, be and hereby is authorized to accept in the name of and on behalf of the town of Fairfield, a traditional 5310 capital senior bus grant in the amount of $56,800. And further resolve that the first select woman is hereby authorized on behalf of the town of Fairfield to sign and execute any and all necessary documents to secure said grant, and further resolve that up to $71,000 hereby appropriated to fund said purchase. Okay, can I have a motion to put this on the table? Mr. DeWitt, seconded by Mr. Mottola. This is now before us. Ms. Marmion is on. So Ms. Marmion has joined us. So this request is before us. Ms. DeMarco, I saw you here earlier. Are you still with us?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Thank you and welcome.
Thanks. So this probably looks very familiar to last May when you approved the bus that we're waiting delivery on. This is the timing I should have followed for the last bus. So this, I didn't put the paperwork in. It was my first grant and that was on me. So this is for the next bus that we just were awarded a grant and we need to accept for a bus that will come in 2 years. So the total bus purchase is $71,000. 80% is the $56,800 that comes from the grant. And then the additional $14,200 comes from senior center donations for the grand total of $71,000. So it does not come out of a town fund. It comes out of our donations. And it replaces a natural gas bus that we retired this year that was very, very expensive to run, got poor mileage, and we're happy to be rid of.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marco. No,
sure.
Sounds very good. Thank you for being here tonight and presenting. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of this request, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it is unanimous. So good luck, Mr. Marco.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to item number 4, to hear an update on the CAFR. Can I have a motion to put this before us? Ms. Charlton, seconded by Ms. Leclerc. So Mr. Santafonte, thank you for being here tonight. It is usual ritual that you were with us in February. And thank you for the handout that you sent us. I think we got it yesterday. And we've all had time to review the CAFR in the documents that you sent us, and we have the handouts. So with that said, I'll turn it over to you, unless Ms. Charlton or Ms. Leclerc have any comments before we start. None. Okay. Over to you, Joe.
All right. So I'm just going to use that handout to kind of walk through some of the highlights, and then we have some of the analysis that we're used to seeing in the back. So the reports I'm going to talk about start is the CAFR and then the federal single audit. And then we do have those charts for governance, so the 3 items. So looking at page 9 and 10, the opinion on the financial statements is unmodified, clean opinion. So no scope limitations, no problems, no issues at all with the audit. Management discussion analysis starts on page 11 through 20. Again, this is a good executive summary of the major financial events of the town during the year. So it's, read, the 150 pages. If you read that, you'll have a good sense of the major items. And page 16 talks about the general fund, the increase in the fund balance of 4.1 million. We'll talk about that a little bit more. The budgetary highlights, property taxes. So property taxes run her by 3.6 million. Environmental is over by in excess of budget of almost 900,000. Investment income was in excess of budget of 934,000. The budgetary fund balance increased by $2,000. And again, that was according to your plan. Also talks about in the MD&A and page 18, the major funds, which had capital project fund and major positive operations of 9.5 million. You can see that on Exhibit D. Talks about your capital assets, significant additions, construction in progress, new fields at the schools, vehicle purchases, long-term debt increased by a net of about $2 million. Looking at general fund, on page 24, Exhibit C and D, your unassigned fund balance at year end was 34,819,000, which is 11.5% of budgetary expenditures and transfers out. And looking at Exhibit A, shows you the 6-year trend of where your fund balance has been. So basically from 2020 to 2019, as I mentioned, it was just a $2,000 increase. And so your funded percentage went down slightly due to your budget increasing. So it went from 11.28% to the 11.05%. So basically almost break even year. And total general fund balance is the next chart went from 36,012,000 to the 40,104,000. Again, the majority of that increase, the difference from the two to that, the majority of that increase is that 3.6 million that was transferred into the Board of Ed, the non-lapsing fund. So that will be spent this year. So your fund that basically, I assume, will be spent in 2021. So you'll return down to closer to the 36 million, subject to whatever current year operations are for 21.
So, Joe, before we move on
Sure.
the unfunded, on the unassigned fund balance, we have our minimum fund balance policy that is documented in your audit. And so that's I don't think Mr. Walsh is on yet, but that's a few years old at this point. And is there any reason for us to have to take a look at that, to update that policy?
Yeah, the best practice would be that.
It's on page 42.
42, okay, so. Yeah, if you're at the 11% right now, almost dead on. So anything over 8% transfer to internal service fund, if you chose, I think since you're at the 11%, it's something to look at. Again, everything is relative. Obviously, there's a lot more unknowns going on in the world, so I'm sure the rating agencies are looking at fund balance a little bit more critically, and then as we see with different weather issues and something like the pandemic, that I'm sure they're going to be looking for more to hold on to ratings. So I don't know that for a fact, but they talk about those type of risks and the unknowns and that type of thing. I mean, the good thing is you still had a break-even year, so.
Okay, well, that's important to note then, that they're looking at it maybe even a little closer than they were a couple of years ago based on the environment and certain circumstances. And perhaps our minimum of 8% should not be our minimum at this point. And the Fund Balance Committee would need to take a look at that and see if we need to increase the minimum for the rating agency.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe 11% isn't the top bracket anymore. Maybe 8% is too low. Maybe it needs to be between 10 and 12 or something. So it's something we need to look at.
Yep, and the rating agencies used to use 10 to 15 as a strong fund balance position. So 8% is conceptually lower. There are many other factors that go into the rating, but fund balance is definitely a big one.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mottola?
Thanks. Just so, Joe, do the rating agencies still consider 10 to 15% a strong fund balance? Is that still the range that we should be in? I don't think we're ever going to go down to 8%. I don't think this board would ever, even though our policy allows it to be the minimum, I don't think we'd ever do that. Question I have is, do we go over 11%? And at what point are we just taxing our citizens too much? That's the question I have. Maybe that's something you can't answer tonight, but what is are we safe if we're between 10 and 15% for our fund balance? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, again, that benchmark that, I got one of the rating agencies, and it's probably 7 or 8 years ago to give me their criteria, and they said it was 10 to 15. A lot. There are things that are different now, so that's something I can certainly see if I can get that information, or if Jared or Caitlin could get that information. But I did get, I forget which one it was, but gave me that criteria as far as their rating. That was a strong fund balance position. So
okay,
between the weather stuff that's going on, COVID, I don't know if they've adjusted that, or they're still comfortable with that range. Again, I always just like to throw out the percentage is relative. I also do some very small clients, so when they have 20% fund balance, it's $2 million. I mean, your number is $36 million, and but the town also has a lot going on. So I think the percentage for a smaller town is less meaningful, because the damage a storm could do could be the same in both towns, and that percentage is not. So I think there's other factors to look at than just the percentage. But dollar-wise, 36 million. I do some clients that their whole budget's not 36 million. So, but I can ask that question, or again.
So what we can do, Mr. Centofanti and Mr. Mottola brings up a good point. And as you mentioned, I'm sure there's other factors besides just the percentage that they look at. Are we contributing to it? Are we not doing what we call no harm every year? That we keep funding it. Are we skipping years? There might be things that they look at. And Mr. Walsh is the chair of our fund balance committee, and we could have him work with you if he has questions for you, questions for our finance department in town, to go through that, so we're making the right decisions as we go through budget season.
Right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Okay, Mr. Centofanti, doesn't look like there's any further questions on that topic, so please continue.
Okay, item 5, the general fund budgetary fund balance, revenues and other financing sources were under budget by $1,182,000. Expenditures were under budget by $1,184,000, which generated your $2,000 net of operations. And the non-lapsing fund, the $3.6 million, that's the major difference between the $4,092,000 GAAP fund balance and the budgetary fund balance. Again, the other difference is really related just to the timing of encumbrances, where they go up or down between years. The internal service fund is on exhibits F through H. There's a net increase in net position of almost $3.6 million. Generally, I've seen across my clients that some of that increase would be attributed to the lower experience due to the pandemic and people not going to the doctor and that type of thing. So I don't know what it looks like subsequent, but most likely some of that was given back once people started going back and having the elected procedures and that type of thing. So Exhibit B, for the outline, again, shows where you are with that. Again, your current ratio is up almost to 4. Again, mostly due to that positive change in that position. So right now you're definitely in a good position. You see claims were down about 3.4 million. So that's really what's generating your change in that position. So it's definitely important to kind of look at the status of where that fund is now and how much of that reversed when you're looking at, you know, what you might need to be budgeting for this year. Footnotes. Point out the investment footnote on page 44. So what's on 44 is kind of the required disclosure as far as investment maturities, but it's really for the town as a whole. So what we're asked to do, we pull together on Schedule C is the type of investments by which fund type that they're in. So you can see the totals the same 500, and I didn't round this one because our work papers aren't rounded, but the same 549,220,000, and just where the money is, what the types of investments are, and then where it is by fund. So this gives you a different look at where some of it is. So, you know, again, the biggest part of your investments, you know, 384 million is in the pension fund, another 55 million in OPEB, but then the internal service fund that we just talked about has 16.6. The other governmental funds is you know, multiple different funds, your special revenue, your cap projects, your permanent funds, and then cap projects and general fund. And since the town runs pooled investment, cash and investments, they're not classified, they're just specifically as what they're invested in because it's just their share of the pool. And the pool is this 104 million, but you see the different types of things, money markets and CDs and municipal bonds and government obligations that are in the pool. And then you know, the second line from the bottom shows everybody's equity in the pool, so they don't own specific investments, they just own a share of the total. So it gives you just a little bit more perspective on where the investments are and what type of investments are in what fund. On page
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Ms. Charlton, go ahead.
In the capital projects fund, the pooled investments there, 15,920,000. Just to clarify, so is that money that was bonded for capital projects that hasn't been spent yet?
It could be bond money, it could be grant money, but yeah, since it's whatever type of money, it's just not spent subject to the payables, of course. But yeah, if we look at exhibit, well, it's a combination of exhibit C shows you the 15,920. I mean, equity in the fund is only 3.8 million. You know, there's some significant amount of liabilities, again, due to other funds, the accounts payable, and then the bands outstanding are also in there. So
Okay.
Some of it's.
And I'll have a follow-up question on that later, but I've been trying to understand what, you know, what cash we have and where it sits for capital projects that we may have bonded but are currently in process. Because I know we've got approved out there a bigger number than that 15 million. So it seems like there's some that has yet to be bonded, but that's a combination of bond and grant money for, I guess, projects that are in process right now.
Right. Last year, there were about 4.4 million in grants that were received in that fund. And then the bond money. And then there's some money that's transferred in also, $2 million. If you look at it, Exhibit D gives you.
Okay, and the grant money, I guess, I always thought we got grant money after the fact, but we may have gotten grant money in advance that would be sitting in there and is not spent yet.
Normally, most of it probably is on a reimbursement. I'd have to look up specifically what those grants are. The only grant that the state gives out in advance is this new lot SIP grant. When you get the project approved, they give you the whole amount. But most of the other grants you'd have to request reimbursement for.
Okay. And then within the pool and whatever's attributable to the general fund, there's some money. Yeah, there's money there that's tied up in muni bonds, corporate bonds, fixed income, et cetera. But we talked about this once before. There's, basically our fund balance is invested in there, right? So I guess part of the question when you look at this is how liquid is this money, to be used for, and can it be used for current operations? Some of it is not. I guess any of it can be liquid depending on if you want to liquidate it, but then you have market risk. So our fund balance of 36 million looks like it would, a lot of that money that's there would not be needed for operations because it sort of sits in money that we've got designated as fund balance and that we will not be using in the short term, if I'm understanding this right.
Right. Other than the last 3 items, most of the rest of it that's in the pool is liquid tomorrow.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So on page 52, I have some questions on the commitment note. So I'll explain conceptually what this note represents is construction commitments. That's why, for whatever reason, it's stuck next to the fixed assets because they assume it kind of relates somewhat to your construction in progress. So what that is we'll say balance. You call it balance of contract. So if you have a contract to do school renovations for 40 million and you're 20 million into the contract, and 20 million would be shown as a construction commitment. And the level we're using is a signed contract as far as commitment. Versus if you buy a truck or you buy something that there's no commitment for a purchase, it's related to construction. So that doesn't necessarily relate exactly to the other footnote, your project authorization note. So that's something I think we're going to look at. The plan is to look at that more closely as far as if there is a relationship to some of the specific construction contracts. So your project authorization, some of them are construction and some of them are not. I'm referring to page, the footnote that's on page 43. Where this shows what the project was authorized at, where you are with spending, and what the balance is. So there's some relationship between the two notes, but it's just not direct. So it just depends on what's under contract and what's a construction, like the townwide telephone or those type of things. If there's not a construction contract, then it's not going to be shown in that other footnote. So this is more of a project compliance footnote here that shows what you're authorized to spend and where you are against that authorization.
Okay. Can you just...
Ms. Charlton?
Yeah, thank you. Just a follow-up question on the capital projects authorization footnote, which is again on page 43 of the printed version of the report. So this, and part of why I'm asking this is we have a follow-up agenda item tonight on capital projects. So this has $200 million of project authorizations on a variety of projects. And so just so I'm clear, I'm not sure if this is a question for Mr. Centofanti or management, but the 200 million of project authorizations, those are all approved projects that have gone through the full approval process for the town. Is that accurate?
Yes, so at least from my perspective, that's our audit work would look to the minutes. Is it approved?
Got it.
Budget, that type of thing.
Okay, so we've authorized 200 million. There's 147 that's been spent against that. So there's 52 million that's still remaining on approved projects that hasn't been spent yet. And I guess what I was trying to understand was of the 52 million, you know, that 52 million gets paid for by, you know, bonding or grants, right? Presumably. And I guess my question is how much of the 52 million is not yet, you know, is to be bonded? So that when we look at our waterfall and we look at how much debt we have and how it's you know, funneling out over the years, how much of that 52 million do we need to sort of, you know, add in as the number that's authorized but not issued for our bonds?
Lori,
And maybe that's a question for Caitlin or Jared.
Right.
Yeah, Lori, I can answer that. This is Caitlin. But a lot of those projects, so we're clearly looking at the expenditure side of these projects.
Yeah.
I looked at the bond issuances for these specific projects, and we have about 25 to 28 left of the 52. But just to give you a feel, Mill Hill is about 12 million of that. So there's maybe 6 or 7 projects in total, because you need to take into consideration the grant money that is to be received as well. But Mill Hill being clearly the largest by far of that open authorized amount still to be bonded.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you said roughly 25 million in total?
25 to 28, yeah.
Okay, so just so that we're aware of it, and maybe that's on the waterfall schedule, but in addition to what we've got bonded already, we've approved 25 to 28 that's not on the schedule yet, but sort of needs to be counted, right? Because that will be, you know, bonded imminently, or, you know, it's been approved already. That was my point. And then, so 25 to 28. And then the difference between the 25 to 28 and the 52, we've obviously got some cash sitting in the capital projects fund. And then what about, you know, that doesn't quite add up, but I guess, you know, when I look at this, I'm like, okay, do we have the money for this on hand? Is the money for this on our balance sheet or not? Or do we still have to bond it? That was sort of the big picture I was trying to get to. I think the important thing is just for all of us to keep in mind as we look at the waterfall that we have something like 25 to 28 million that we need to kind of mentally add in, you know, as a number that's already been approved, but is not on the schedule at this point.
Just to give you another, I'm just doing quick math. There's probably about 15 million or so of that's still to be coming in through the school construction project, which represents, I use a 25% reimbursement number, which sometimes it's a little bit less, sometimes a little bit more, but that's basically from the schools that are still open.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to pension and OPEB, Joe. So we keep this moving here.
All right, so pension and OPEB. So basically your funding percentage went down for the employee pension. That basically was to mostly due to your change in assumptions, which are change in the mortality tables, increased the liability about 8.1 million. So that the effect and that combined with a decrease in that position of almost $5 million caused your level of funding to decrease that amount, from 85, almost 86 to 78. Police, similar decrease, slightly more, again, related mostly to the change in assumptions, and then again, a decrease in that position. So operations. When we look at the schedules in the back, it'll give you a little bit more perspective, but OPEB employee 41.3% funded, so that's up from 38, so that one's going in the right direction. The net liability decreased by about 145,000. Police and fire, again, that one for OPEB was up from 31.4 to 36. So the net liability decreased about almost 1.2 million. The education plan is not funded, it's pay as you go. So the liability at the end of the year increased by almost 4.6 million, and that's mainly due to the interest rate because it's not a funded plan. So because the municipal bond rate went from about 3.5 down to 2.2, that's what caused the increase in that liability. So starting on Schedule B, just kind of gives you look at the third column, it kind of highlights what the drivers were. So fair change in fair value, market value was down 12 million. The change in that position from over year to year was down 9 million. Investment rate of return was down. It was almost flat this year. And I know you made a lot of changes on July 1, but at June 30, these were the numbers. Again, the net position number and the funded ratio went down to 7.5 for the employee. Similar information for the police and fire, since the assets are combined. So the drivers were, again, the decrease in the fair value, and then which drove the decrease in that position about 4.6, and then the funded ratio went down almost 9% for the police plan. So I mean, this is OPEB, even though it says retirement here. So again, the OPEB plans did well. The funded ratio for the employees plan went up to 3.3%, and the funded ratio for police and fire went up to 4.6. So those plans are in good shape. Looking at Schedule F, again, this is just a table we've been running, so now we're up to 6 years, just seeing what your average rate of return was versus your discount rate. So for each of the plans, you are not hitting your discount rate, which does affect your required contribution. It is a long-term view, and now I think we're up to six or 7 years. The actuaries look at it over a longer period of time. So depending on what happens, you may need to look at that discount rate if your investments are not able to generate 7% over the long term.
Okay, so we do have a lot on our plate tonight, but this is an important topic, pension and the OPEB, and it obviously is a big topic of discussion when we hit our budget and the funded ratio going down. The rate of return, we have our mortality rate, so there's various things that affected that. Now it looks like we're a little bit under 80%, and we do know it's something the rating agencies look at, and it's just something we need to deal with and be aware of. On OPEB, we're still underfunded. However, at least that went in the right direction, as you said. And I think compared to other towns, we're in pretty good shape. But it's still a huge liability. There's no cap on it, as Ms. Charlton has pointed out many times. And so that's just hanging out there for us. And that liability is just most likely going to continue to grow. So are there any questions at this point tonight on the pension for Mr. Centofanti?
Chairman?
Yes, sir. Is that you, Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, it is. I just wanted to clarify something on the funded ratios. This document is based on a disclosure from Hooker and Holcomb, and it's as of a point in time of when this report was done, and it's not an actuarial. It's not based on actuarial valuation, so the assets are factored and calculated differently. So when the Joint Retirement Board met last week, it showed that our town pension plan was still funded at about 83%. And just as a note to the board, the Joint Retirement Board voted to use the 7% discount rate for this current valuation that's going on, and we would get together again in July to begin talking about how that might be changed in the future to something lower. So just as a point of information and clarification.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schmidt. I think one thing we have to be cautious of, and I'm looking for that graph, is that the ratio has been going in a downward, there's a downward trend over the past years, right? We were over 100, then 90s, 80s. Now we're borderlining 80, low 80s, high 70s. So it's something we all need to be aware of. And with the change of assumptions, it has an effect. But thank you, Mr. Smith, for pointing that out. Any questions? Pension, OPEB. Okay, Mr. Centofanti?
All right. That's all I had on the CAFR. So federal and state single audit, federal no findings or question costs, unmodified opinion. We tested one program, which is the CDBG disaster recovery grant. State single audit, similar, no findings or question costs, unmodified opinion. Total state grants expended were $11,264,000. We tested two programs, open choice and payment of taxes on private colleges and hospitals, and no findings and question costs. So if we look at the last exhibit there, Exhibit G, just a very high level reconciliation to look at the financial statements and the financials. On Exhibit D, reports intergovernmental revenue of $47,590,000. Certain amounts of that, the 27, 745, what they call on behalf amounts. That's what the state contributes on behalf of the towns to those pension plans. So backing them out, the actual cash that, say cash or the revenue, some of it's approved. The net federal and state grants are the 19,000,006. So again, the federal money is expended. If you look at the federal single audit on page 8, we're 8,261,000. The state money is expended were 11,264,000. There's some other local type grants that are not federal or state that the town records in the governmental revenue. And that gives you the same $19.6 million. So again, most of the revenues, it's you spend money in excess and you still have a grant, and receivables recorded. If you receive money in excess, which doesn't happen that often, then that's recorded as unearned. So pretty much in the financials, revenues equal expenditures when it comes to grant. So that's, I'm using expenditures to reconcile to revenue. That's why the reconciliation works, is because basically grants until they're earned, revenues have to equal expenditures. So it's kind of the big picture how all that federal and state money, which is spread out through multiple funds. When you look at Exhibit D, you can see all the different funds have intergovernmental. This is kind of the big picture that shows you how that reconciles to what's in the small document, the federal and state.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Centofanti.
Sure.
So does that conclude your presentation?
Just quickly, I think you have the communication notes charged with governance. It talks about that we do audit estimates. Disclosures are neutral and that we're independent of the town. And then a couple GASBs that are coming up. GASB 84 relates to fiduciary funds. So that may change some of the reporting for pensions. So the defined contribution plans or deferred comp plans may end up in your financial statements next year, depending on the town's responsibility. And then GASB 87, I think we talked about the last couple of years, relates to leases, where for all leases now are going to have to be reported as an asset and liability. So both of these were postponed due to COVID. So the leases is 1 year out. So the objective would be to kind of get a handle on that, what leases the town have over the next year. So when we get to the end for 22, that we will know what kind of accounting that needs to be done, what leases need to be recorded and disclosed. And we didn't have any additional recommendations this year.
Okay, thank you. Any last questions for Mr. Santafonte? Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here. Appreciate your time and all the work you've done, not only with this, but with the DPW audit and our purchasing policy as well.
All right.
Talk soon.
Bye.
Excuse me. Okay, on to item number 5. To hear an update from DPW director on the town's, excuse me, on the town's vehicle and equipment replacement plan. Can I have a motion to put this before us, please? Mr. Chestani, seconded by Mr. DeWitt. Mr. Marsilio, thank you for being here and thank you for putting this plan together. It's something the board had asked you, and we've been asking for multiple years, actually. And Ms. Marmion.
Thank you. I just have a question. I can't find the, what page is it on?
Okay, so that plan came in a separate email. So it came in
when was that sent?
Yesterday.
And that was from Ms. Carpenter?
Hold on.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website.
Came from Mr. Schmidt. I think it came from Jared. Hold on. It did come yesterday. I've got so many emails that I can't pinpoint this one probably. Mr. Mottola?
Is it, can you hear me? Does it start on page 171 of the packet that we got yesterday? We got the same packet.
Yes,
which
you got a second packet.
Yeah, and I think, is it 171, Jim Walsh? You see your...
Well, it was an email sent yesterday at 1:48 p.m. from Jennifer Carpenter to all of us at 1:48 p.m. and had 2 attachments to it.
Yeah. And I think
I'll look for it. Thank you.
The DPW is on page 171. I think that's it. And then there's some photographs of the trucks and the machines that we're talking about tonight, I believe.
That's it.
It's right after the Pequot information in this big document.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Marmion. Mr. Marsilio, first of all, thank you for putting this together and reviewing this with us. So I'm going to turn it over to you. And if you could just give us a summary and an outline of your plan and how you think we should move forward.
Well, thank you for your time. This plan was put together in concert with the fleet manager and in discussions with other managers down at the DPW garage. Much of this budget was replacement of equipment that was pretty apparent to me and to everyone down at the garage that had to be replaced. So during our last budget working session in January, we had a discussion of the entire plan. And I believe Mr. Walsh at that time asked for a long-range plan with justification, some vision. And that's what we had attempted and intended to do. In further discussions with members of the administration and with members of the Board of Finance, we tried to blend or smooth the request over a few 3 to 4 years to make it a little more bite-sized. So we prioritized what we saw were the real chronic and obvious needs, and they are the program that is reflected in the first 3 years here. So not to say that years 4 and 5 aren't needed, but in years 4 and 5, they will be needed. So that's it. We attempted to give you some visual representations of what we're dealing with in the photographs. We tried to give you some data with the photographs that indicate age and mileage, and then hopefully you can understand why these requests are being made. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory. If you have any questions.
So, thank you, Mr. Marsilio. First of all, I just want to thank your crews for doing a good job, such a good job on our roads. They did. That wasn't easy. That was a lot of snow. So, and they did them in these old trucks, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you something. The men in DPW this week really did yeoman's work. I can't tell you how proud I am of those guys, and just the stamina they had to get through this. This was not a big storm, it was a long storm. And a lot of that snow had to be plowed 2 and 3 times, and they stuck with it. But I'll tell you what was even more impressive, and if you saw it, you would understand, was your fleet maintenance crews. Every single truck was in that garage at some time or another for some issue, and I can tell you that they worked so hard keeping these trucks out on the road, doing what they had to do to keep the town safe. I'm very proud of them too, and they deserve kudos as much as the actual plow drivers.
Yeah, well, thank you, and please thank the crews for us on behalf of the Board of Finance. So, yeah, you had mentioned that these vehicles go into the fleet maintenance in the shop quite often during the times of storms, and it's hard to keep some of them running. Some of these vehicles don't go uphill, I think you had mentioned, and there's other issues. So on the last page of this document is the 5-year replacement plan as you have laid it out. And if we look at 2021, and what your request is that for these vehicles, that we consider bonding for 2021 as a catch-up plan, right? And you have your 6-wheel trucks and snow plows, your bucket lift, your flatbed with the lift gate, and a backhoe. Correct?
Correct.
Be sure before we move on what the request is. And so what you're asking for us to do, and you'll have some vehicles in the operating budget, about $600,000 worth, but these vehicles, your statement is that we need to catch up. We need to get these units 178, 180, 181, and unit 200 that are beyond the useful life, and they need to be replaced with new vehicles. So you're looking for us to bond $1,395 in the upcoming budgets session, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the request. We have the plan in front of us, so we'll start asking some questions, and I'll start with Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris DeWitt. Thank you, Mr. Marsilio, again for your 5-year plan. When your 5-year plan across the top, you've got years starting in 2021. That's really fiscal year 2022, though, correct? Because we're executing fiscal year 2021 right now.
Well,
what Mr. DeWitt is saying is on February 16th, we're going to vote. The plan is to vote on these bonding resolutions. Okay, but by the time this gets rolling through, we're going to be into the next budget season. So really, it's for the next budget season. It's not for this one. We're in the middle of it.
Right. If we approve $1.395 million, you won't get that check until July of 2021.
Well, if that's the format, then I mean that's just how it's going to work. But I'll tell you this. Well, I'll have to work with the finance director on this, because there are long lead times on these vehicles. And they could take 7 or 8 or 9 months to acquire, because just the nature of heavy equipment. So if we don't have some sort of placeholder before I'm going to say May, we may not have them for next year's snow season.
Mr. Walsh, you have a follow-up? I'm sorry, Chris. You have a follow-up?
It's in regard to this exact question, because, I don't actually see why we couldn't bond this stuff sooner. I mean, I'm not putting this stuff into non-recurring. I will not vote for it in non-recurring because it's recurring, okay? That's why I'm not going to put it in non-recurring. I think we need to have a catch-up bond and come up with a bond amount, maybe for 3 of the years or whatever. And then let Mr. Marsilio purchase the next 3 years of trucks. I asked him, I think it was on Thursday or Friday, why don't we just buy them all at the same time? Maybe we get a better deal on purchasing all at the time. He explained to me that was not a good idea, because you want to spread your trucks out, because when these things start dying, you don't want them all to die in the same year, which made sense to me, actually. So I don't know why we need to wait. I think we should, if we all agree, or at least send a message, we should either go with the plan, and it should be a specific bond, not a non-recurring bond, but a catch-up on DPW vehicles, which I think most of us, I don't want to speak for everyone, I can really only speak for myself, but I know has been removed out of the budget for at least the last 3, if not 4 budget seasons on large trucks. So we know that they haven't followed a plan. We know we haven't really bought any of these large trucks. My bigger concern as we continue the conversation, and I'll go back to Chris, is if we do that, how are we going to get these things back into the budget? When are we going to start doing that? Because if we're buying trucks every year, they used to be in the budget, operating budget. So another part of this plan, we don't need it right this second, should be how much do we need to put in Mr. Marsilio's operating budget? Maybe not this year, but after these 3 years, so that we don't have to be bonding anything anymore. That's it, Chris. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I kind of wanted to show why we don't need to actually wait until after, with this long lead time, wait till after July 1st.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walsh. So,
Chair, Mr. DeWitt, may I just make a technical statement about some of the
Sure.
documents.
Go ahead, Mr. Schmidt. Go ahead.
Just to, sorry to cut you off, Mr. DeWitt. I wanted to kind of set the base and what the intention is here. So one of them's probably a mistake where the intention is to do this in 21. The other issue is that we plan to do, as Mr. Walsh was talking, to issue the bond for 3 years worth. So what we'll do is we'll go back to when I start going through the capital projects, we'll issue the first 3 years worth of bonds. However, when we do these, let me take my mask off. I'm the only one here now. When we, as I think Mr. Marsilio said, we're not going to do all those bonds. So if we do three years worth of bonds, we're not going to do it all at once. Not all the money is going to get spent at once. When we do our spreadsheets and we're reflecting dollar amounts of different projects and different purchases, we do it by cash flow, on a cash flow basis. So when I start going through some of the capital and the non-recurring projects, you'll see that although we'll issue the bonds for 3 years worth, you'll see that there are dollar amounts attached to each of those 3 years. So you'll have a bond issue for 3 years worth, and then you'll have the money being spent over each of those 3 years. Just kind of a clarification, I think, the intention is to do as Mr. Walsh and Mr. Marsilio have stated, but it's, I just want to explain the technical reasons of the way these documents are written.
So, Mr. Schmidt, if I look at the bottom of this page, the grand totals, I see 1,395,000, I see 1,320, and I see 1,205, right, for 3 years. You would take those three numbers and put them into one bond to purchase these vehicles.
That's correct.
Okay, and you would purchase these vehicles not all at once, because obviously that would not be a good idea, but as the schedule above that states. Like if you go to 6-wheel trucks, you got 4, then you got 3, then you got 2.
That's right.
Okay. Mr. DeWitt, back to you.
Well, thank you. No, those are all good points, and they kind of roll into what I was going to ask. So I was going to ask Mr. Marsilio was, there's capital money this year. I don't know if they've spent it or not. I think it was 500, 600,000, whatever. I was going to ask if we could take that money and then bond some of them. I hadn't thought about the 3-year bond, but I actually think that's a really good idea. And I like one of the other ideas that Mr. Walsh came up with. Don't put any trucks or anything in operating budget this year, because it kind of kills 2 birds with 1 stone, right? We've got a rough budget season coming up. We can take that operating budget down a little bit. Actually, it's 3. You can take that budget down. You can take advantage of the low rate of money right now, and this kind of locks in this plan, because as we talked about the other day, Mr. Marsilio, we haven't had a plan in a long time. And I've always said, when we have a plan, I'm going to commit to it. I'm willing to commit to your plan. I love the fact that it's not 2 million, 8 million, 500,000. It's kind of a flat line. So I certainly would be in favor of taking all the trucks out of the operating budget this year, taking whatever money in fiscal year 21 you haven't spent yet, rolling that in, and then bonding over 3 years.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Mr. Mottola.
Hi, thanks. And kind of following up on what Chris just said, John Marsilio, nice to see you again. So I thought I heard at the beginning of the presentation, maybe it was from you, Mr. Brown, that this $1.3 billion will be bonded, but there's going to be $600,000 of equipment purchase in the operation budget. Is that what I heard?
For smaller vehicles, smaller items. maybe pickup truck, whatever might be in there.
All right. So that would, and Chris, DeWitt, is that something that you don't think maybe we should take that out of the operational budget this year? Or is that something we should just, is that kind of what your thought process is right now? Or let's wait and see what we're talking about there.
Could I say one thing? I just want to share with you how the budgets were developed. We selected the items on this capital budget based on the fact that we assume you're going to, or I assume, you would issue a 20-year bond, and that the equipment we buy very closely reflect the age of the bond. So this is the capital program. In the operating budget, we buy vehicles which are inappropriate, in my opinion, to be bonded for 20 years. Pickup trucks and the Mason dump trucks that we use to, like we just used for 2 days to get in these cul-de-sacs and in between these parked cars and all that are essential. They don't have a 20-year life. They might have a 10-year life if you're lucky. So those vehicles were the vehicles that were placed in the operating budget, and the vehicles that have a lifetime that matches the length of the bond were placed in the capital budget. That's what the distinction was and is.
Thank you. That clarifies it for me. Thank you.
But if I may ask, Mr. Chairman, if I may answer Mr. Matola's question. You know, John, it would violate our bonding, procedure. But again, when Mr. Walsh, said, wow, if we could take that out of the operating budget this year, I'm okay doing extraordinary things to get onto a regimented schedule. And if it violates our bonding policy for 1 year, I'm kind of okay with it. I mean, that's just me. I know I'm usually the one that pulls the policy out and shoves it in everybody's face. But, again, because of the cliffs we're facing this year, and I know it's not $100 million, but at least I think it's a step in the right direction.
Right, so we're talking about two different things. We're talking about this plan, and then we're talking about what's in the operating budget. And I'd like to see what's in the operating budget, because I'm sure it's not items that last much more than, a few years, 5, 10, whatever years.
7 to 10 years, Mr. Chairman.
Keep that in the
But we're talking about the potential of bonding them all together, I guess is.
No, just what's on this plan, not the $600,000 that DPW is going to put into the operating budget. Not that. We're just talking about what you see in front of you in this plan. Am I on the same page as you, Mr. John?
That's correct. There'll be two requests. One are heavy equipment over $100,000. The others will be the smaller vehicles that are somewhere between $40,000 and $80,000. And I have placed that in the operating budget.
Yeah, I would suggest we stick with that, Mr. DeWitt. We can always look at it and change our minds, but right now,
okay,
I'd say we go with what Mr. Marsilio was proposing.
Okay.
Ms. Charlton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I'm understanding this conversation correctly. We're proposing to bond roughly $4 million here in one shot, and then just park the money and spend that money over a 3-year period to stagger the purchases of this equipment. Is that right?
Mr. Walsh, you have your hand up.
Lori, I don't think that's what it is. I think what it is we will do a resolution where we authorize them to bond it, and each of those, so we'll authorize a total amount of the bond, but it can be spent over a 3-year period based on when they order the trucks, so that we're not paying
Okay.
interest on something parked.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me. So we would authorize it, but we would actually not bond until
Yeah.
we would bond in annual increments. Yeah, okay, thank
We'd
you.
authorize up to this amount of money. So
Got
it'd
it.
only be
And-
authorized, and they could spend it as needed.
Okay, thank you for that. That makes some more sense. And I guess, yeah, with that, this 3-year schedule, as I'm paging through this, and I don't have this printed out, I'm only looking at it online, but the only thing that we have the detail for here is year 1, right? The photos, the descriptions are just for the 7 vehicles in year 1. What we were proposing here for 2022 and 2023, there's no detailed descriptions on that at this point. Or are they somewhere else in here?
We were only prepared to offer the backup for year 1. We could offer more backup to you in any fashion you would like. I'm used to putting the entire package together, but I think the sentiment, the appetite was to let's get year 1 out there. Let's get the 5-year plan out there. Let's satisfy the members of the board. And so that's as far as we went, but we're certainly willing, able, and we can clearly supply you with any backup that you need.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if we're going to approve a 3-year package, I think it would just make sense to understand, what's really in there for 2022 and 23. There's a good amount of detail in here for the year 1 items. There's specific descriptions of each vehicle with, current mileage and current costs, et cetera. So I think it would be helpful if we do in fact approve the 3 years at once. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Marsilio, if you can put that together over the next week or so, we vote on the 16th.
I get a whole week?
You get a whole week.
Thank you. I'll do that for you. Matter of fact, most of it is done. So it's not a big issue, but most of it's done. We'll get it to you within early next week.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who had their hand raised? Mr. Testani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, John, how are you?
How are you?
Good. Just a quick question. You mentioned earlier a lead time on ordering the trucks. Can you help us to understand, is it unusually long because of COVID? I know the trucks normally take a long time. I'm just wondering if you could give us an idea. Let's say we needed a snowplow truck, for the next, I don't know, few months, whatever. I'm just trying to get a sense of what you were speaking about with regard to the lead time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got a couple things going on here, Jack. First of all, every municipality has their own specifications for their trucks. We've had long conversations about what we're going to buy, the type of truck we're going to buy, and the like. We generally buy these trucks off the state DAS bids, and most municipalities do, and certainly the state does. So the low bidder this year is Freightliner. The sooner you get in line, the safer it is that you get your trucks before the next snow season. I can't tell you what COVID's going to do. I can't tell you what the implications are. I would say if you're vigilant and you watch just how rigorous this winter snow season is, you'll have a good idea what the demand's going to be.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mottola?
You're on mute, John.
I think I jumped in front of Mary by accident. I apologize. But I'm going to ask one real quick question just so I understand this. So when we vote in 2 weeks, we're going to vote on a bond resolution for $4 million and change. Is that what we're going to vote on? Just so I'm clear?
Or close to that, whatever those three numbers add up to. It'll be a separate bond, and it'll be clarified on that bonding resolution on the intent of purchase.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Leclerc, sorry if I skipped over you.
No problem. So looking at the 5-year plan, it looks reasonable to me, but I just don't know how to tell for sure. Do you have a full inventory of all of these larger trucks so we can see, because the trucks last 20 years or more, correct? These large trucks. So how many others do we have out there, and like what are their ages and mileage and those type of things?
Yeah, so we're going to supply you with, we're going to match every one of these replacement vehicles in years 2 and 3 up with photographs and all the data that you need to understand what you're voting for. These 4 trucks, I think you can see in the backup information, are all close to 30 years old or very near 30 years old. That's obviously,
right,
yeah.
But my question is, we have more trucks than what's in your 5-year plan, correct?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
So that's really what my question is. Like, I can't tell what percentage of the trucks we're replacing with this 5-year plan.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Mary.
So if you could supply a full inventory.
Sure. No, sure. I get it.
Do you understand what I'm at? Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Leclerc. Any
So,
further?
pardon me, Mr. Walsh. So you want the 3-year backup and the inventory. Is that where we are right now?
That's where we are right now.
Good. Okay.
Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Attorney Staffstrom. I love making use of our attorneys when we're getting paid to sit there, so only kidding, John.
I've only been here 5 minutes.
I want to take advantage of your time. So I don't know whether you heard this in the 5 minutes that you've been here, but we were talking about giving a bond resolution for 3 years worth of DPW large trucks for close to $4 million, authorizing it, but they could draw off of it each year up to that amount. I just want to make sure that's going to be legal before we move on.
Yeah, it is legal. You obviously in the bond resolution are going to delegate the timing of that presumably to the Board of Selectmen. But we have a lot of other clients who would pass an entire plan that then is delegated to another board to decide when to do that. As long as this board signs off on the need for those and the amount, then the timing can be determined by the Board of Selectmen.
Great. I just wanted to hear from you and just make sure that what we're proposing is proper. So
yeah, we have a number of other clients that do that because it gives you a better opportunity to plan for what you need for a longer period of time, just rather than doing it on a year-by-year basis.
Great. Excellent.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now back to Mr. Marsilio. So, Marsilio, the 5-year replacement plan, I understand that, but it's proposing that we bond all of these trucks. At a certain point, I think I mentioned it earlier, I think maybe others, I'll let them speak for themselves, want to get these trucks in the operating budget, not be bonding for them every year. There's not going to be a bond every year for this stuff. So can you develop a second part of this plan that's going to show us how you're going to do that? And like how much you need in your operating budget towards, like, for example, the fire department for all of their large trucks. We have like a 20-year plan. We know what pumper truck's going, what year. We can plan for that. We know when there's going to be a hook and ladder large investment coming up. It's an entire plan. And I understand these plans change, but I want you to be able to put in at a certain point a certain number of dollars for your trucks that you need for to do your role. But I need to figure out how to get that into the operating budget. And while we may be giving you a 3-year lead time on catching up on these, what's been ignored for a while, at the end of this 5 years, are you saying that you're going to be completely in your operating budget at the end of this 5-year plan?
Look, the manner in which this gets funded is entirely your purview. I'll give you a 10-year plan. You could decide whether you want to fund it out of operating or capital. As long as you provide the tools and the equipment to the DPW workers, where it gets funded is irrelevant to them. It's relevant to you. And, in the out years, quite frankly, I think you're going to want to evaluate, your budget situation at that time and determine, just what appetite you have for bonding or operating.
Okay. Did you take a look at the last DPW plan for trucks? The last time we tried to put a plan into effect and did a bond and did catch up, and then immediately didn't follow it in the very first budget after that?
I did not.
Okay, you should take a look at that. It was a pretty good
where
plan.
it is.
It's kind of a plan that I think we'd be looking for because it does both things. It showed us how much you needed to do catch up and bond, which we funded and bonded for the catch up. But then it showed how much we would need to do every year, and it broke out the trucks by year that you saw that DPW saw coming up with that would need replacement based on age, mileage, and condition of the vehicle itself.
Yeah,
So,
look, I'll look for it. I don't know where it is, but I'll look for it.
George should know where it is.
Pardon me?
George should know. Like somebody like George should know where it is, or
Okay.
somebody else. It was put together by the entire DPW.
Okay.
If not, we can find it. It'll be within our backup with the town clerk.
Whatever you want, we'll do. We'll just run out a plan for 10 years that addresses all of the needs, whether they be the larger over $100,000 vehicles and the under $100,000 vehicles. Whether it matters to you, I don't know. That's the way I always looked at it.
Yeah.
I look at it as if something that mirrors the bond, the age of the bond, versus something that doesn't. So, but we could run out a plan for you over 10 years that indicates the capital vision, operating vision that I think you need. Now, the other point is, next year at this time, we're going to be adding another column here. And the year after that, we would be adding another column here. And that would be, you could call it whatever you want, and you could fund it any way you want. And I think the more contemporaneous the requests are, the more real they are. But let's start with doing the best job we can, looking down the road 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. And then you can decide what the protocol is that you want to approach this with. I have no pony in that race.
Okay. I mean, obviously it'll be a little more helpful if we commit to a certain number of trucks. You'll know those are coming in.
Right.
So if you could prepare that, so as we go through budget season, we can start kind of like looking at what's coming. Now, you know, I know you got a lot to do. And you're also trying to get, you know, you're new to your department and trying to do all sorts of things with your department. So I'm not saying that it needs to be done in the next couple of weeks, but at some point, I think I would like to, and I'm sure there's other people that would want to see something like this, so we could have more of a comprehensive plan. So when you come to us for another budget season, we're not saying to you, what the heck is this? Why is there so many, like, we would know. We'd be like, you might come to us with an adjustment saying, hey, I didn't know this truck was going to deteriorate this fast. It has.
So
nobody likes surprises.
Right. Okay, and I think most of us would agree with Mr. Walsh. I can speak for myself anyway. And you know, what it does is it takes the guesswork out of every year. At least we know what's coming up, and then as you said, we can figure out how we want to fund it. And we're not going to get into this tonight, but the other plans that you're looking to put together with the town buildings and paving, it just takes the subjectivity out, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh, and then Mr. Testani, and then we can move on.
My second question has to do with, and I spoke, Mr. Brown, you and I met with Mr. Marsilio about this, and last year during budget season, when we cut the budget in DPW in regards to trucks, we had talked about last year that during this year, they'd be able to get $1 million worth of bonding for trucks for this year. And I don't think that ever got done, correct? I mean, Mr. Schmidt, did you ever look into that?
I know that was for paving. I have to look up about the trucks.
I thought we had talked about trucks.
Could you
It was definitely for paving, and I looked that up, and that discussion will come up. We agreed that we would put $1 million in the operating budget for paving, and then $1 million in bonding to keep up with generally $2 to $3 million a year. But Mr. Walsh, I don't remember us about trucks. It doesn't mean we didn't. But what it looks like is with this plan, even if we did commit to that, we're going to catch up anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, we're kind of agreeing to it right now.
I'll try to look back at our minutes on that night from last year.
Okay. Okay.
And we could talk about it at the meeting where we vote on this other bond.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Testani?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, John, I just had a dovetail off of Mr. Walsh, and that is perhaps I alluded to the lead time of the trucks earlier. Is there a way to separate out by priority in your mind? So, I mean, obviously I understand, especially the replacement trucks are all important, but, you know, if you had a wish list, what would be your, you know, the truck you need the most, followed by the second most, you know, maybe something like that may help.
Well, in next year, I can tell you everything that's in the 2021 column here, we need soon, as soon as we can get it. The bucket truck is absolutely critical, and those snow plows, to get the order in for, so we have them by next winter, and the backhoe, these are all critical items. So I don't know what the lead time is on the bucket truck, but as soon as this is approved and as soon as the CFO can issue some sort of commitment to the vendors, we want to get our orders in and get in line.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Testani. Any further questions? Ms. Leclerc.
Just a quick question on the street sweepers. So is that 2 in your 5-year plan, or is it 4?
It's 2.
2, okay. So I always understood that they are prone to break down quite a bit. So do they really have a 20-year life?
They can, if properly maintained and properly used, they can. I mean, when I say 20-year life, I'm thinking, you know, some of these vehicles will last 25 years and some will last 15. It's just, you know, blending of capital equipment. The problem with street sweepers is they have so many moving parts, and it becomes a nagging effort to keep everything together. So it's sweepers and vacuums and all kinds of moving stuff.
So if we were going to bond these and some of these pieces of equipment aren't quite 20-year life, can we bond them for a shorter time frame?
Well, that's a question for your CFO. Jarrett would have to answer that.
I mean, we can. There's no reason why we can't.
We have that option, yes.
So why don't you take a look at these vehicles, see what the lifespan is. If it's 20, let's bond for 20. If it's less, let's take a look at that option too.
All right.
We can do that as long as it's spelled out on the bonding resolution. Okay, Mr. Smith. And bond counsel, we can do that, right?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
We'll take a look at that, and I'll talk to Mr. Marsilio, and we'll figure that out.
Okay, thank you.
You can always bond for the use. You can always bond something for less than its useful life, if you want to. If you want to pay for it that way,
right?
Saves you interest.
Okay, Ms. Leclerc, if I'm hearing you right, that's your request, correct?
Yeah, well, I want to know what the real useful life is. Like, I don't want to bond something for 20 years if the useful life is really only 15. I'd rather just bond it for 15.
So let's act on the conservative side and bond it that way. Meaning, if you don't think, if it's between 15 and 20 years, we'll bond for 15. These vehicles, these trucks, though, are obviously 20. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
And they've demonstrated they can last 30.
Right. Okay. Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Mr. Marsilio, thank you very much. Appreciate you putting this together.
You're welcome.
We're on to item number 6, to hear and discuss the Board of Education's 10-year capital plan, including specific capital and non-recurring capital projects. Can I have a motion to put this before us, please? Mr. DeWitt, I need a second from somebody. Mr. Testani? Okay, so we have, again, as I stated earlier, this is a follow-up for December 9th meeting where we were looking at our non-recurring and capital for 2021, 2022, although there was one change to that the Board of Ed will speak to tonight. And then there had to be an update on the 10-year plan that Mr. Papa George has put together for us, and I welcome the Board of Ed. I see Mr. Cummings here. Who else? Ms. Vitale and Mr. Peterson. Welcome. And of course, Mr. Papa George. So who should I turn it over to?
Good evening, Mr. Brown. I'll start really quickly. Mike Cummings, Superintendent. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank and appreciate the board's patience with us as we worked on this plan. As we discussed in December, not only did COVID slow us up, but I think Mr. Papa George's work to redo the plan to get more accurate numbers and to not only for the immediate future, but in the years ahead is really an attempt on our part to give you the best information we can possibly provide. So with that said, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Papa George for any explanation as well as spend the time with your questions.
Thank you. So, Mr. Papa George, if we could just start with the capital non-recurring for 2021, 2022. I don't believe, unless the board has questions, we need to go over the projects that we went over in December, but you did add one here. And why don't we take a look at that? It did change, the request up to 6 million from 4 point something. And so if we can review, and I think it's the building automation system upgrade that is in addition to this. And then we can go on to your 10-year plan. So we can start there.
All right. So yes, what you're looking at is the 12 points for a Fairfield Ludlow High School building automated system upgrade. As you guys may be aware or remember, we did do some security upgrades to the control systems, but during that time of doing that security upgrade, we identified some areas of weakness within the control systems themselves. And working with an engineer, we were able to come up with pricing to figure out the best way to implement a computerized control system to get full control over the building, which in the long run, we hope to see savings for utilities within the building by having this full control over it. As part of the last system, we put a front end system, as you will, into the building, and we put in these basically translators that would talk to the existing equipment. So this would remove the old equipment, the translators, and have a fully integrated system into the building. We are seeing some failures with the current control system in the building, which is one of the reasons we chose Ludlow High School. And the other reason for choosing Ludlow High School is because a lot of the existing equipment behind the scenes that is still managing to hold on is interchangeable with other buildings. So we wouldn't just rip out equipment and get rid of. We would be able to store and keep other buildings up and running by building an inventory of supply that's currently unavailable with the end user controls. One of the things we've been coming across is that our vendors are literally buying rebuilt boards off of Facebook or YouTube. The website for control auctions to get these boards so that we can keep buildings and controls working in the buildings. That's generally an oversight of this project. I don't know if there's any specific questions. I could be more than happy to answer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Papa George. Any questions from the board on this specific request? Mr. Walsh.
The cost of this is $1,750,000.
It is. That is a very conservative number that we were able to pull out. We did, as you can see, we put some contingencies in there. There is concern that when we start opening up the can, we're going to run into worms in there, and there's possibly need for pulling wires. I didn't want to have to come back and ask for additional funding for this project or not be able to complete this project. I wanted to be able to cover all contingencies and be able to have a complete project at the end of the day. As I said, we've identified there may be points where we end up needing to pull additional wires for control wires to specific areas of the building to get a better control over what is currently there. Just to give you an example, some of our rooftop units have systems that are designed to basically reheat air for wintertime. So we get a reheat as opposed to pulling in all cold air and trying to push that through a heating system. We start reheating, so it's an energy savings. But currently, those types of systems are manually set and then just kind of forgotten, whereas this upgrade will allow us to, on a very cold day, turn up the reheat values so that we're getting more energy efficiency out of the units that are just kind of set and left at this point. But with that would be some possibility need for control wire additional. You have some old Cat 4 in there, so we might need a Cat 6 line to be able to carry the communications as needed.
Okay. The reason I was asking that is because you just want to be able to control the building a little bit better, and it's going to cost us $1.7 $1.75 million.
Yep. So you're basically talking almost like adding a computer board to every unit, every air handler, every air mover, every rooftop unit, every boiler. So you're basically giving every unit a brain and allowing it to talk to our computer system and to the actual unit in full, as opposed to in the past when they've been installed and it was kind of said, okay, here's 6 things that this unit can do. We're going to take these 4 things and make them manually. So we're going to set them and forget them. And then the rest we're going to have control over. So now we're going to go in and we're going to say, okay, this unit can do 6 things. Let's have control over those 6 things that it can do.
And how do you judge the efficiency gains that you would get? Are you being told by our contractor, this will save based on your usage of energy at that building, what it's going to save?
So our engineer is not willing to put a number on that. That's why it wasn't included in here. They're only willing to say that they've worked in other districts and they've been able to do energy savings.
Okay. So how
unfortunately,
are we going to judge it?
I really wish I could put a number on there.
If we give you that money, how are we going to know whether it was successful and whether maybe we should not do it ever again, or maybe we should do it faster at some of the other buildings?
Absolutely, great question. So I would hope that by completion of this project, we can look at utilities and costs and evaluate what we are saving and where we are going with that. And it may be something that you're right. We say, are we gaining what we need to gain out of this? In addition, and I apologize, I should have mentioned this also to begin with. By doing this, it'll allow us to have better control of what air is being turned over in the buildings. And I only mention that part of it because if you're familiar with the current legislation on the floor, they're talking about adding legislation that says that if the school can't meet certain criteria for more than 2 days in a row, they'll have to close the building down until they can meet that criteria. And currently we have very few options for not maintaining, but evaluating whether we're able to meet that criteria.
Okay. So could there possibly be a COVID recovery of some of this money because we have to do this under some type of grant or federal money that may become available? I mean, may we be able to apply for a grant?
There is not yet, but I would hope if legislation does get passed that there would be some kind of financial support to go with the legislation, because I do know a lot of other districts who use pneumatic systems like ours do would be very hard pressed to get this up and running in the time frame that's suggested in the legislation.
Okay, is your suggestion to put this as non-recurring or just as a bond?
As a bond.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have for right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Mottola, then Mr. DeWitt.
So can you explain why this is important to do? I'm still trying to follow that. Why is this for $1.7 million something that is critical for the school district to put into Ludlow right now?
Currently, we have a front-end control system that's an automated computerized system. And what we had to do, and I apologize, let me take it back a step. We had an older XP system, so it ran off an XP computer system. We identified some security issues with our networks with those old XP systems. So we upgraded the front-end system, which controls our in the field, if you will, units, like our rooftop units, our air handlers, that type of stuff. But we did that by adding basically like a translator, which took the old equipment in the field and the new front end and allowed them to communicate with each other. When doing that, we've identified that we don't have the full control with the new computerized system to the back end stuff that we should have to be able to say, okay, let's, for a prime example would be over the summer when we started talking about air changeover with COVID, we had to send guys out to manually find units and open air dampers. And now that we're fighting with cold air, we have to make adjustments to those. So we're sending guys out to do that. Whereas the computer system that we have now would allow us to make those changes automatically within the system, but the communication isn't fully there yet to allow that to happen.
So is this an issue with, will this be a problem at, for example, Ward? You're going to have to do the same thing in some other buildings as over the next several years?
Yes, so when we get to the long-term facilities plan, you will see Ward is called out in there. We would hope that to do the middle schools, really the two high schools in the long-term facilities plan would be the goal. The goal moving forwards would be the elementary schools and the middle schools out of an operating budget.
And I know you're going to get there. And so did you move some things from the waterfall and push it back a few years to do these projects, this type of work?
We moved the one small non-reoccurring project that, well, we removed it from the budget altogether. It was the Walter Fitzgerald campus relocation. We put out of the budget. And then looking at the fiscal year and speaking with the CFO, we identified that there was some room to put this into this year's budget. This was one of the projects that we've added to the long-term facilities plan that were on there originally. So you'll see we've added some other ones as well.
I think the question, Mr. Mottola, was referred to the 10-year plan. So if we're adding this to the 10-year plan and others like it, was anything moved around, and any other projects maybe you eliminated altogether? So perhaps when we get to that, you can answer that question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
That's good for now. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mottola. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow up on Mr. Walsh's comment. So I'm looking at the waterfall, and every other year we do Ludlow, skip a year, do Ward. Then Tomlinson, it seems every other year at about $1.8 million. That next, I'm willing to support this year. I'll support it this year. For this next one in 2 years from now, we really need some no kidding data that this is working. So if we're talking about this same thing in 2 years, right? How long until this system is implemented? It's gonna, obviously it won't start until July, but is this a couple month project or a couple year, a year-long project?
No, we anticipate this taking a full 12 to 18 months to get up running and be able to start collecting actual data as to what the savings is. So we pushed the second one out 2 years in hopes to be able to give at least a 6-month window of what we're doing with this new system in place.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the reason for my question, right? I kind of assumed, you moved it out. You would have done them right in a row, but okay. That's good to have at least 6 months of data, and then we'll have a year and 6 months for the next one. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Papa George, based on that schedule, 12 to 18 months, if the law does change, you're going to have to do other things, I guess, for a while, because you might have to close down the school like you said, because you won't be able to have that data for 12 to 18 months.
So yes, we will have to implement some type of measurement systems in place, which could include a portable system that's measuring airflow in a classroom or in a specific area of the building.
Okay, and that law will apply to every school in our district, all 11, I think it's 11 elementary schools and three middle schools?
It will. However, some of our newer systems, like Holland Hill was just completed, so that one won't need to be done. Mill Hill is being worked on, so that one is already up and running. Riverfield is up and running with a similar system. So there are some schools that will be able to meet that.
Okay. I presume the elementary schools would be less because there's not as many units?
Correct. That's why we are anticipating being able to do the elementary schools in an operating budget.
Okay. So district-wide, this little program is going to be very pricey.
It is. I'm not hiding that at all. It is going to be very pricey to get the systems up to where they should be.
Okay. And then as units are replaced, do the new units come with the boards, or do we have to buy new boards for those as well, or can we transfer the boards over?
They, for the most part, they are transferable, as long as we continue to practice, which we do plan to do, which is a replace in kind with, for instance, a rooftop unit. We spec them out to replace in kind as opposed to making alterations to them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further questions on this item? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Papageorge, we'll go to your 10-year plan, and if you could just kind of walk us through it. We don't have to get obviously into detail on every project, but maybe some of the changes that you made and how you're looking at, each year.
Well, Mr. Brown, if you have no objection, or there's no objection, I'd like to share my screen. I have a small slide presentation.
I think that'd be great. Mr. Mottola, before we go, you had a question?
I just wanted, maybe you've answered my question. We have a 500-page document in front of us. I was just wondering what page the Board of Ed, is it like 190? And maybe Mr. Papageorge's sharing the screen will solve that issue.
Right. I think he's sharing the screen. You don't have to go through it, at least on this particular document. So, yes.
Well,
thank you, Mr. Brown.
My shared screen will not have the waterfall itself in there. So
let's see what it has. Well, you're looking for that, Ms. Marion.
Thank you. What Mr. Mottola said is that it is very confusing to follow along with the agenda and the backup. Just a suggestion for consideration that, number one, we always have the page number reference when we're talking about an agenda item. And perhaps in the future, we divide the backup up according to the agenda item, because it's hard to, if it's hard for us, I think it's hard for the public as well. Just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, generally we don't get 500 pages. So I understand when we get this many that it can be difficult to follow. And
hey, Mr. Brown,
you just got to get them.
Yeah. I think it starts on page 187 of the 400+ document.
Okay.
I think that's what it is.
See, I do it. I guess I do it an old-fashioned way. I just print out what I want, and I organize it by the agenda. And then if I need to get to the screen, I'll get to the screen. So,
well, thank God we get paid by the page.
Yeah, we get paid by the page. We kill a few trees, but at least I know where I'm at. because that's my biggest concern as being chair, is not to get lost as we go through these meetings. Okay. So yeah, I'll take that. Next time we have this amount of backup, we'll make it easier. So, Mr. Papageorge, can you share the screen or not?
Absolutely. I just didn't want to cover you over while you were speaking.
Okay, thank you.
Now, on my end, it says it's sharing, so I hope you're seeing what I'm seeing.
We're seeing. At least I am.
Great. So this is just something that we threw together to kind of walk you through some of the key points of the facilities plan that we did. We updated it. Actually, today was the last time we made updates to the slideshow. That's why it's on there. But so the waterfall schedule drivers are to continue to meet the goals of the former initiatives, begin working on newly identified initiatives, and update project pricing for all projects within the waterfall schedule. We did realize that there were a lot of deficiencies in pricing, so we went through and we verified pricing, working within what we felt was the best operating possible. So the continued initiatives that we have are extending the elementary building footprints to meet the needs of the district enrollment and eliminate the needs for portable classrooms. We still have a couple of buildings that do have portable classrooms. That's why we left that initiative in there. Renovate existing elementary buildings to improve space usage for new district programming, repurpose space for better usage. We still continue to this day have small group classes or one-on-one being held in IT closets or small confined spaces. So we're continuing to do that. And as always, we're always improving safety and security within the buildings. Some of the new initiatives we've identified: improve existing infrastructure. So something that we've identified that has been kind of neglected over the years is the plumbing, the HVAC systems, and the heating systems. In addition, and one of the projects we talked about tonight is the improved building management systems. This would allow us the BMS controls, new energy efficiency building management systems, again, so we can look at what we can do in savings on the utilities that way. New energy efficient heating systems. So in addition, when we go over some of the projects, I can go into that a little more. But one of the things that we're looking at is there's no longer need or requirement for us to maintain underground oil tanks at our schools. We used to get state used to require it as a backup, no longer needed, and also the gas companies used to offer us better rating because we could switch off of natural gas if needed. Neither of those are in existence anymore, so we've identified that as we start looking at replacing boilers and burners within our buildings as they age out, to be able to put a high efficiency gas burner in there, which wouldn't be a dual burner, it would just be a gas burner, would ultimately save us in energy use over the time. And then again, a new initiative and an old initiative is improve safety and security within the buildings. We work with the Fairfield Police Department all the time so that we can make sure we're up and on all the safety and security that we need within the buildings. We're always looking to make improvements as we move. So this is, I apologize. I don't know what just happened there. There we go. Sorry about that. So just some of the assumptions to go over within the waterfall. Any project within the waterfall that we weren't able to get specific project pricing on based on the year it was placed in the waterfall. So if we receive pricing for a project that's 3 years out, but we got to-date pricing, we've used a 3% escalator. You'll see at the end of the 10 years that we do have an AC project, and that was priced based on the current best information we have. The state reimbursement rates are based on, in the waterfall, are based on today's rates, which is our new rate currently is the 26.43%. And then again, as I mentioned earlier, underground oil tanks will be removed and not replaced. Again, allowing us to purchase single burn boilers, so they'll be more efficient and we won't pay the extra cost in doing a dual burner. And we're also saving in the long run out of the operating budget because we no longer have to maintain underground oil tanks. And then the district will continue to work to make buildings more efficient as we move on. I think that's something we've talked about over and over again, and we will continue to do everything in our power to make our buildings as efficient as possible moving forwards. So again, just a couple key points there that I wanted to share with everyone about the waterfall. Some of the other things that I just wanted to mention real quick is some of the projects that you'll see in the new waterfall are boiler replacements, elevator replacements, BMS controls I have listed again. And then some other things that we've taken into consideration as well is, for instance, in the previous waterfall, you saw that the Fitz House rooftop units at Ward were divided out over a few years. We've identified by doing them as a single project, there's a savings there. We're only bringing contractors out once. We're only bringing crane and heavy equipment out once. So there's savings by grouping them and moving forwards as a single project with that type of equipment. So I think I saw a whole bunch of hands popping up. So I don't know if you want me to continue or allow for questioning.
If you're complete with the PowerPoint, we'll go on with questions at this point.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris DeWitt. I want to talk about the burners a little bit, Mr. Papa George. You know, your predecessor, and I could be wrong on the exact school project, but I'm pretty sure it was Stratfield, sat before us and said, guess what? As a town now, we're going to buy oil burning and gas burning furnaces, because when gas goes to 2 cents a gallon, we'll use that. And when oil goes to 4 cents a gallon, we'll switch over. And I thought we as a town, not just Board of Ed, even though you're probably the biggest use of boilers in town, right? But I thought as a town, we adopted this dual use thing, right? As a course. Now it feels like we're changing course here. And I'm kind of curious if you've spoken to the town side. Is this a new town initiative that we're going to completely go to gas? And what are we going to do with the tanks that are still buried if we're going to go to all gas?
So I would start by saying I was not aware of a town initiative. I had a very extensive conversation with purchasing department, who also, I'm assuming, was not aware because they didn't mention the town initiative. We did discuss the oil pricing, the gas pricing, and the need, if there's a need for a swap over between gas and oil. We've also discussed that in approximately, from what people have informed me, it's been approximately 10 years since we've actually swapped from gas to oil for any particular reason or requirement. So I can definitely look into it further and see if there's a town initiative or a reason behind that, so that we can look forwards. As for the underground oil tanks themselves, they do have a life expectancy on them, and they do have to be pulled out and replaced. So that's one of the reasons we put that in the budget, in the waterfall, as to when they would need to be replaced, is when we were looking to pull them out. We weren't running out and pulling them out of the ground tomorrow.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that there was a townwide initiative. All I know is that, and maybe some of my other board members might remember differently or back up what I'm saying, but I always remember every time we've talked about new burners, we were always talking about dual use. So I might just be making this up in my head about the town initiative, but it was so prevalent for so many years. I'm just a little surprised, but if that's the best way to go, then and we have agreement, then yeah, let's do it.
I'll be very happy to talk to the town. As I said, there used to be special rates you got if you had dual burners from the gas company. There used to be state requirements, both of which don't exist anymore. And
okay,
we can get better efficiency single burn units, as opposed to being, and we're paying less for these units as opposed to a dual burner, almost doubles the price of a burner on a boiler.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Mr. Mottola and then Mr. Walsh.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt, you're correct about that, about the burners. I guess things have changed over the last few years. So my question is, can you explain why it looks like on your waterfall that the Dwight and Jennings additions and work, they've been moved? And what was the thought process behind that?
So the thought process behind the Dwight and Jennings projects, we did push them out. We realized that the Board of Education had started a lot of conversation about Jennings way back in early spring of last year, or late winter, and we wanted to give them the opportunity to continue their talks and continue basically talking about what the best use of building space is. And I know there was some Mill Hill discussion going on. when that school was up for renovation. So we wanted to push those buildings out slightly to allow the Board of Ed to do their due diligence and work on what the best use of buildings are. And also, you'll notice that the Jennings and Dwight buildings were swapped in order, and that being because we've identified Dwight as needing some more routine maintenance and more issues with infrastructure at this time that we're continuously working on.
Okay.
I don't know if.
So would it be, yeah, that kind of answers the question. And I don't want to get in a long discussion about this. So I'm assuming that once Mill Hill is done, that the board's going to look at redistricting, and then after that, there'll be some decisions with respect to Dwight and Jennings and what renovations those two buildings may need. Is that a fair statement? And again, I don't want to get into details right now, but is that the thought process?
I would defer to Ms. Vitale, who's on the call.
It's a good idea when we talk about redistricting. Stay out of that one.
Yeah.
Ms. Vitale?
I will take that. Yes, Mr. Matolo, the board, as Mr. Papa George said, we were actually in the midst of reviewing some facilities plans. The meeting before, we had everything shut down due to COVID. We put those discussions on hold. We haven't really taken them up because our energies have been focused just on, keeping kids in school and dealing with the pandemic. Once things calm down, those discussions are going to start back up again. We still have the racial imbalance to address. We still have some facilities needs. You may recall that finding a permanent location for Walter Fitzgerald and the ECC were also part of those discussions. Very happy due to the town's support that at least we've crossed one thing off of that list, and we do have a permanent home for Walter Fitzgerald. The ECC, that is still something that will need to be discussed. And Jennings was a school due to its central location and proximity to McKinley will be factoring into those discussions. So as Mr. Papa George said, we just pushed it back. Dwight was put before that, really due to just needs right now. You may also recall over the last 5 years, we've just had some projects there that have required us to close a particular classroom. There was an odor in the building a couple of years ago. We've had emergency replacements of pipes in one of the bathrooms. Again, there was an odor associated with that. Dwight is also on a septic system. There's also been some issues with that. It is also an older building. I think it's about 5 years older than Jennings. So really just the need. We're seeing some increased maintenance costs associated with that building. So it just seemed like it was fiscally responsible to potentially put that building first. I believe that Jennings was originally put first years ago because it does have a portable, and years ago that was a priority of eliminating portables from our schools. It is my understanding that right now that portable is being used for storage. Last year when we visited, I think it was being used for band instruction, and there was room within the bricks and mortar building to bring some of that instruction inside. So it wasn't years ago when this waterfall was first created, and Mr. Matolo, you could probably speak this better than I can, when there were actually students in the building, OTPT in that portable in Jennings, and just that's changed over the years.
Thank you for answering the question. I don't need anything else on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vitale. Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Papa George, thanks for your presentation and kudos for being able to put it up for us. I think you're the first one who's done that. And I think it should be done more, actually, so that we don't even actually, and the public can see what document we're talking about. So to the extent maybe our IT director, Dave Kelly, could maybe write something up for the town personnel on how to do that. I think it would be helpful. And I know Mr. Schmidt's listening, so I'm actually asking you to do that in the future. If you're going to be talking about a form, if you can just put it up on our screen so we could all see it at the same time, and the public can see it at the same time, since now they have access to this as well. I think it'd be much appreciated by all. So thanks for that. Number one. Number two, in going through there, you touched upon this in-ground oil tank removal process. And you are correct about, it has been talked about before at our board, but not for a number of years, about going to gas, and that the pricing for gas, I think this was like 7 or 8 years ago, we were told we were not using the oil because the price of gas was going to be cheaper for, I think, for the next 40 years was the estimate. So we were never going to use the oil, and we were actually having to burn off oil just so it didn't go stale, and then having to replace that. Is there a program for taking out the above ground oil tanks that are currently in our schools?
We did not include that in the waterfall. We would definitely look at that as burners need to be replaced down the road where there is an above ground tank. The cost to do that would be minimum compared to an underground tank. That's why we didn't include it in the waterfall schedule.
Are you still having to burn off the oil so it doesn't go stale and then get oil deliveries to replace that?
Actually, when I came into this position, I was advised not to burn off the oil because of how long it's been sitting in the tanks, that it would cause gumming up of our systems, it would cause all kinds of burner issues, and the cost to burn off the oil would be greater because of the damage, I don't want to say damage, but need for preventative maintenance once the oil was done burning off.
Okay. It seems to make sense that you probably then want to just get rid of them at some point in time, because, you know, I was here when they were putting both systems in and we were giving money to do that. And many of the older schools, like, now I know it's not the same Holland Hill as it was, but in going on tours for Holland Hill about where they would actually put the above ground oil tank, there's like very limited space in those old furnace rooms that we were having to go from a buried tank to an above ground tank, and it may free up some space as well because there's just no need for it. It sounds like an accident almost waiting to happen if we're not going to use it.
Agreed. We have, it would free up space. We try not to store stuff in a boiler room, but the one for Holland Hill, for instance, just FYI, is under the stairwells.
Yeah. So I don't know, in some year when you have extra money, which is the day after never, it might make sense to have a program where you just took them all out,
Yep.
either in 1 year or over 5 years or something, if they're not going to be used.
Yep.
But that's it. I appreciate your answering this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further questions for Mr. Papageorge or the Board of Ed in regards to the 10-year plan? Mr. Mottola, did I see your hand go up? No? Okay. Seeing none.
One question, just in regards to the 10-year plan. So there seems to be a big bump when you guys are thinking about doing air conditioning, correct? Kind of throws off all your numbers, correct?
Correct.
Did you price that out as being the price for that year? You had some notation in your plan, in your presentation about it, but.
Yeah, so we priced it out per that year. However, we're still in the process of working with the purchasing department. The Board of Ed has approved money in the operating to hire an engineer to look at all the buildings and to get better pricing. So working with a couple different engineers that submitted RFPs for that project, we asked them to give us a budget number so that we could use as a placeholder. But in my presentation, like I said, it's a placeholder based on current information, but we intend to continue working with that and to lock in that number a lot better.
Okay. And that would be to put air conditioning in every location where there's not air conditioning currently, or will be by that time?
That number is for a single school.
Just for a single school? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Have you done an assessment of what it would be for every school?
We have not gotten that far down the road yet. As I'm sure you're all aware, purchasing department was struck with some absences, so we've been delayed slightly on this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Papageorge. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for the Board of Ed in regards to this document? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Mr. Papa George, thank you for putting this together.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you to the Board of Ed. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night. And so that brings us to item number 7, to hear and discuss the town's 10-year capital plan, including specific non-recurring capital projects, and to review updated waterfall and exhibits. Can I have a motion to put this before us? Mr. DeWitt, and I need a second from somebody. Mr. Testani. Okay, so Mr. Smith, I think what I'd like to do, we have department heads here, and I appreciate them being here, is to start with the non-recurring, and so they can answer any questions if there are any, and then they could move on. And so on page 73 is a list of the non-recurring projects. It is Exhibit 1.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Like Angelus, I also recently learned how to share my screen. And so if it's helpful, I can just share the backup. So
For each 14-point summary?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I think I can make this work. Let me give this a shot.
Okay, now don't disconnect us here.
No.
So you know what exhibit I'm speaking to then?
Yeah, so just tell me which page you're on.
I'm on page 73. Nope.
Uh, 77.
Okay, well, for me, it's 73. It's your Exhibit 1. It says non-recurring capital projects and associated bond. This one's for fiscal year 2021, 2022. So it's before these 14 points.
I think it's
Before the
page
14
36.
Okay, well, for me, it's 73.
Hey, Mr. Brown.
Go down. What the heck?
This one.
Isn't that it?
Is this
No,
what you
that's
want?
No.
This is the beginning of the non-recurring.
It says Exhibit 1, and
This
the
is
first
Exhibit 1.
project, nope, it's a different group. The first project on there says Independence Hall office renovations.
That's correct. It's Exhibit 1. Yep. And then the actual detail starts on page.
Yeah, it's
sorry to interrupt,
46.
49. The 14 points and everything.
Yep.
49?
I think that's it. Yep.
Okay, so I have different page numbers.
Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nope, that's
There you
okay.
Yeah, I think the page numbers are helpful. It's a little tough to read on the screen here. It's pretty small.
How's that?
Okay, good. So we'll start.
Oh, good. Thank you.
We'll start here. And we have the 14 points was sent to us as well. Okay, so that's it. And we'll go from here. So this is $500,000 request for Sullivan Independence Hall office renovations. So just a quick summary from you, Mr. Smith, or whoever's going to talk to this.
I believe Mr. Marsilio is going to talk to this under DPW.
Okay, we just need a quick summary and then questions, and then if we have any questions for bond counsel on this particular item. Mr. Marsilio, is this you? Did he drop off? No, there he is.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So sometime in 2019, an architect was hired to do an evaluation of some spaces in both Independence Hall and the Old Town Hall. and they came up with a report that offered some solutions to some of the space needs of economic development and I believe the credit union and a number of the spaces in the old town hall. And on the heels of that, they generated this budget. This was before I arrived. It was started almost 2 years ago, I guess, and it offers some space planning solutions for departments in the old town hall.
Okay, thank you. So are there questions from the board at this point on this item? You know what? I can't see everybody's hand when we're sharing the screen, so you may just have to call out if you have a question.
I got a question.
I'm going to go to Mr. Mottola.
So this is for John, if I'm reading this correctly. It's for Sullivan Independence Hall possible renovations, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this was done like 2 years ago?
Yes.
I just don't remember that ever. You wouldn't know, John. I don't remember this ever happening or this ever being brought to our attention. I'm just curious about that. Are you, to the best of your knowledge and ability, are you confident with the reliability of the cost? I see the cost estimate reliability is a 7 to 8 out of 10. You're pretty satisfied with that?
You know, I haven't spent a lot of time on this, John. I saw the plans. It talks about some of the offices in the old town hall, but it also talked about conservation and zoning and the need to, architecturally redesign those spaces.
Yeah.
I have not done a deep dive into this budget. I just haven't had the time to do this yet. So,
all right.
I can't
appreciate that.
answer that with certitude.
So with that, do you believe this is the right timing should we get some more information before we put this forward then?
I'll do whatever you want me to do. As I said, I don't think $500,000 is a lot of money when you start talking about the number of moves that are involved in this program. So all I could say is, I'm just really reluctant to give you an answer on that.
Okay. Because this may tie into item number 2, which we'll get to. So,
Correct. Yeah.
right? I mean, what I was wondering is, when I spend the money on this, if we're going to do an audit, if we're going to spend money to do an audit, why don't we do the audit and then look at doing something like this?
Well, my understanding, and from my visual walk through town hall, there are departments that need attention. They require some modifications of their workspace. It will have to be done sooner or later anyway. This other and I don't want to jump all over the place, but this second item, and you're correct, they're linked together, but this is a town-wide facilities audit. So in that respect, it's different. It's going to look at every building for all the life safety needs, all of the ADA needs, all of those issues that each building would have to be addressed code-wise. The Independence Hall project is specific to a number of departments that have been identified and vetted out as requiring work.
Okay, I'll follow up on
Yeah,
that.
in particular, Mr. Chairman, this has to do with lack of space here in certain departments, especially in our building department, and so the the study that was done was to figure out ways in which to better use the space or other changes that need to be made to the building in order to accommodate everybody that's here, and also to do it in a way that we could situate all the departments appropriately so that we have like departments near each other, the assessor's office, the tax collector, building and zoning, that they would all be near each other. So that is the purpose of this project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. I think what I'm hearing is $500,000 might not get that done. So it's what I'm hearing is we may need more research, but okay, let others ask questions. We can come back to it. Let me flip through. I think I had Mr. Walsh and Ms. Marmion and then Mr. DeWitt. Mr. Walsh?
Yeah. Is the $500,000 to do the work, or is it $100,000 to do the planning? Or is it both?
We have a plan.
You have a plan. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We don't have the plan though, right?
It's schematic. They're not
Okay.
they're not construction drawings. It's just a schematic plan that more or less shows spaces
Okay.
and adjacencies.
I will say, to me, there's not enough information, and I don't think, and I'm not blaming you, Mr. Marsilio. Obviously, you're just there, but we don't seem to have not of information. We don't have quotes for anything. I don't have any idea whether $500,000 is going to pay for the whole job, part of the job, what it's going to do. I think the administration just got to put together some more information and come back to us at a certain point on this one. One, and number two, this list of stuff for this non-recurring for this year is pretty large. So I don't mind on a couple of these things that we definitely do need to do, like these bridges stuff, putting some of those together as a bond package. But I don't want anybody to think that we're now moving up and doing $4 million of non-recurring projects, because I couldn't support that. I mean, it's just too much in a given year. I don't mind bonding some of these things as a second bond, and I know it's more optics because bond money's bond money, but these non-recurrings were supposed to be for specific limited things and whatever. But I'll tell you that for a non-recurring thing, I don't think I've seen more or less information for $500,000 worth of spending to be able to make a decision on it. That's just me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Ms. Marmion.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Walsh. There's not enough information here. There's no strategy that I can see. What's the rationale? Which buildings would you need to expand findings in terms of making us more efficient overall? So I'm
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marmion. Mr. DeWitt.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm going to make a recommendation that we move on this. You know, this clearly says the detailed description that this was done in January of 2020, and our director just said, no, this work was done 2 years ago. So there's something missing here. So I think it might be a good idea for the night we vote to come back and say, how does this tie in with the next item, which is the overall survey? Because if we're going to do a survey on every town, everyone in town, every building in town, if this even changes this $1, I don't think we should be moving forward with it. I'm not against updating Independence Hall. I agree with Mr. Schmidt that there's some reconfiguration of offices, just what this says. But you know what? I hate to reconfigure the offices and find out a week later we have to rip it out because we need new sprinklers or something. So my recommendation is that they come back on these first two items the night we vote.
So we'll get to this. I thank you, Mr. DeWitt. We'll get to the second one because I think there's more detail perhaps on that one. But on this Independence Hall office renovations, Mr. Schmidt, what we're hearing is, and we'll get on to number two, is that we need some specifics. We need some backing here before some of us will be comfortable for approval on this one.
We'll get you more information then.
You don't have to wait till the 16th. I mean, anything you can get to us beforehand, and then we can get the questions back to you, kind of go back and forth.
Get it to you as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to number two.
Brown,
I'm sorry, were there any other questions on this, Mr. Walsh?
Just, I know there's problems with the front part of Town Hall, structural stuff we've been talking about for years. And I think we need a comprehensive plan for the entire thing. If we're going to move departments out and move them into Sullivan Independence Hall, what departments then are going over to the other building, if at all? It just sounds like we need a comprehensive plan of the entire thing. And right now we don't have it. And I will say that I did speak to Mr. Marsilio. He was good enough when I asked him the question last week. I know there's some concerns about what to do with Old Town Hall and whether it's worth doing anything, what should be done with it. But to me, this is a comprehensive solution of what we're going to do with our town operations, where they're going to be, what's the most efficient thing to do, and how much is it all going to cost. And until we can do that, I don't know how we move forward with this. Because to move the assessor's office over and to move the tax collector over and possibly the town clerk, what departments are going over there? Should anything go over there? It just seems like this is we need a bit more study on it. And I know Mr. Marsilio is kind of new and getting his hands around all of this, but it just seems like we need a comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Just scrolling along. Okay, let's go to item number two, because maybe that's part of what we're discussing, which is a town-wide facility audit plan. So, Mr. Marsilio, I'll turn it back over to you.
So, early on, when we had our discussions about approaching the capital plan, there was a great deal of emphasis placed on the notion of having a plan, having something in place that gave everyone a level of comfort that the money that was requested and the money that was being spent would be prudently spent. And so how do you justify that? So the first thing you have to do is find out what you have. Unless you know what the buildings you have are capable of sustaining, it's hard to make those decisions. What sort of heat plant do you have? What sort of life safety issues are there, sprinkler systems, elevators. The last thing you want to do is start rearranging the deck chairs here and finding out that there's a $250,000 bogey for a elevator, that the bathrooms just can't support ADA compliance. So that's what this facility audit would do. And in addition to that, once you begin to examine these buildings, understand that if life safety issues are identified, they have to be addressed. You want to avoid risk at all costs. And if any of the major items that are in a building that could place the town at risk were found to be defective or deficient, some money would have to be spent to rectify that. So that's what the purpose of this is. I think it's the flip side of the any other audit that you might do, but this would be kind of from the treetops, looking down at your buildings, saying this is what they're capable of being used for, and at some point you could develop a 10-year plan that addresses these buildings the same way we're going to have a 10-year plan that addresses the heavy equipment. You'll have that in your possession. You'll have some long-term capital vision, and you'll have a better idea of what you're facing in terms of major capital expenditures for facilities and for equipment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Marcelli, I think that's great. I think that's what we need. I think you're right. It's a good, perfect first step on the entire, especially at the town hall, to examine what we need and to examine like stuff that's going on in Old Town Hall and see, we need all that to be able to completely plan for number one. So even more reason to wait until we get the results back. But I think this is great that you're doing this, and I fully support it. Number two.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Mottola?
Yes, thank you. And I think this is a good idea too, John. Just the reliability and the cost estimate, was that the number is 6, is that something you came up with, or was this done before you came to Fairfield?
This was in the plan beforehand. I modified some of the scope of services.
Okay. So you're okay, the $400,000 figure where it says 6 reliability, do you think it might be a little too much or just not quite enough? Or
I would not, John, I would not reduce that. As I said before, ADA, fire safety, all of those things can come and bite you, and you just can't let those things linger. You find them, and I'm pretty sure you'll find them in some of these buildings.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris DeWitt. I also think this is a great use of $400,000 is to figure out our situation of our buildings. But I've read ahead, and next thing we're going to talk about is the HVAC at the police station. So I wonder about the timing. I wonder if this $400,000 is the first thing we do, and everything else should fall after this. I guess that's my only point, right? Anything that falls under that list of roofing, heating, windows, life safety, all that stuff. I mean, why would we do anything unless something's really fallen apart? Unless we've gone through and spent this $400,000 and gotten that comprehensive survey done. And I don't know if you're in a position to talk about that, Mr. Marcelli.
Oh, sure, I am. That I have investigated, and heating and ventilation is a discrete issue in any building. And this is something that the police department has struggled with for quite a while now. And James Ryan has spent a lot of time trying to do an array of fixes which are short-lived, and they deserve to have a reliable system. This cost has been vetted to a greater extent. I've reviewed the cost of this. This is in terms of the police department. It would have come up in this audit, and we're just doing it ahead of time for the comfort of the police department and the let's leave it at that.
I mean, that's totally fair. And if you've looked at this study versus all these other all these other efforts that we're talking about tonight, then that's fantastic. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Okay, so my question, I just want to clarify, is for the bonding itself to bond counsel. So this is an audit. It looks like the request is to put this under a 20-year bond, and just would like you to share your thoughts on that.
My thoughts are, I discussed this with the chief fiscal officer. My thoughts are that the point of the study is to do capital repairs to these buildings that are going to last for, in many cases, 20 years. You're talking about roofs, you're talking about windows, you're talking about systems. So that I think it would be perfectly appropriate and normal for you to bond this, the feasibility study or the study over the same period of time.
Okay, thank you. So what about some of the immediate repairs that might have to be had? Because it looks like the money would be used for those purposes as well, and that's okay?
It is okay. I'm assuming that some of the immediate repairs are things that have to be done and will be included, would be capital items also. I mean, you could, if you wanted to sort of split hairs, and with the amount of money you're talking about, I think it might be splitting hairs. You could say the study costs X, and if there's immediate things need to be done, those could be 10 years, or those could be 5 years, or those could be general fund items. But for the amount of money you're talking about, in a $400,000 item, I think you'd be spending more time splitting the hairs than actually just deciding, yes, most of this is 20-year capital.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Seffron. That answers that question. Are there any others in regards to this particular item? I am seeing none. Good. Moving on to the next item, which is something Mr. DeWitt just brought up, which is the police department HVAC unit for $500,000. Are there any questions on this? I believe this has come up before to this board, and it's kind of been in the queue, right, waiting its time, and this is the year. So are there any further questions on this item? And because we're sharing the screen, I have to scroll from one page to the next to see if anybody is raising their hand, and I don't see any. So we'll move on. Moving on to engineering. So, Mr. Marcello, thank you for being here. I don't know if you have to stay for anything else. If not, you're free to go. I'm looking down the list. We have engineering, fire, park and rec, and Pequot. But you're more than welcome to stay, but more than welcome to leave too.
Well, I appreciate the invitation, Mr. Chairman, but I think I'm going to get some shut-eye.
I don't blame you. That's a good choice. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on flood control study and design. So, Mr. Schmidt, who's going to speak to this?
I believe
I can.
Is Mr. Hurley on?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Hurley. Welcome and thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Well, before I get started, though, just as a courtesy to the Board of Finance and namely Mr. DeWitt and others. I know you guys keep track of the previous waterfall charts, and I just wanted to mention, just in case you remember from, there's a couple of changes from the November 2020. I just want to highlight that the Wakeman Lane and Old Road Bridge and the Kings Highway West and Greens Farm Bridge, they've been pushed back a year. The design has not been completed yet. And so therefore Westport and Fairfield both agreed to push it out to the next year. I just wanted to highlight that. And then we did add one Reef Road culverts, which is on the list. So I'll bring that up to your attention later. And then Perry's Green was reassigned to capital improvements for fiscal year 22. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Going with the flood control, when a coast storm hits Fairfield, the entry point for the storm surge is located between two town beaches. One of the properties known as the Fairfield Beach Club. It's currently the lowest point, and the floodwaters go through this property, and then they flow northward and inundate Beach Road and Fairfield Beach Road communities. This would be a study, flood control study and design, which is endorsed by the Fairfield Flood and Erosion Control Board and is part of their overall flood protection and resiliency plan. The expenditure of $100,000 will include the design, preparing permits to the Connecticut DEP, and provide two different options to achieve the flood protection that the town is seeking. It'd probably be a combination of a dike, flood wall, bulkhead, or a dune extension. So that's what this is for. And ultimately, when the project is designed, the 1,500 foot long flood control project would probably be in the $1.2 to $2.2 million range. And obviously, when we finish the study, there'd be a cost estimate, and then we can fine tune that figure for you. And we would seek, obviously, future funding later.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walsh and Mr. Mottola.
Hello, Mr. Hurley. Thank you for your presentation.
Oh, hi, Jim.
What rights do we have on the Fairfield Beach property to do anything? I mean, do they own up to the high water mark?
Well, actually, on this, we were thinking of doing it in the Fairfield Beach Road right of way, right next to the sidewalk. That's probably where we would be considering it. If we were considering on the Fairfield Beach Road property, the Fairfield Beach Club property, we would have to secure easements.
Okay. So if we did it on the town right of way along Fairfield Beach Road, they have a driveway that enters there. So how do you control the water not coming through the driveway? We create like some type of hump that's 10 feet in the air or something to go over, or how does that work?
Well, it could be a combination. It could be the hump, or it could be like a floodgate.
Okay. So we could put it up, the floodgate up at times, and like it's during storms, and
right.
Block their. Would we have the right to block their driveway?
Well, again, if a hurricane was coming, the floodgate would probably be able to be closed by mechanical means, and then they would not use the beach club maybe the day before the hurricane would come.
And we just let the storm come up to their Fairfield Beach Club while we close the gate behind them.
Well, that is one of the things, but right now they're susceptible to that anyway. Right now, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But no matter, and that's why we said two we said two different options because one of the other options could be incorporating with them. And the fact that there's 3 private property owners as well, we would have to, whatever plan is decided, we would have to obviously have consensus with those neighbors as well.
Yeah. To some degree, I guess you would probably get some consensus because we could always take their properties by eminent domain, because I can't think of how a judge would turn that down when it would benefit all those streets and neighbors after that. So I think they'd all be at risk of losing their properties, I would believe. So I guess they would have to kind of cooperate with us or risk having another beach for ourselves.
Yeah, no, you're right, and that there is always that possibility, but most municipalities want to avoid doing that. And usually, if we can come up with either, quote, a compromise plan or a plan that's acceptable, that's usually the best approach.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing this plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Mottola.
Yeah, Jim started asking the questions I was going to ask. Just maybe a couple of follow-ups. I know, like, next to the beach club, there's been properties that have been, over the last 3 or 4 years, developed substantially with some big houses right there on the beach. There wasn't any requirement when they were building there recently to spend some money on flood design control. They had no obligation to do that, Mr. Hurley? Do you know the answer to that question?
The answer, I believe, is no. There's no requirement for them to do that. The only requirements they would have is the coastal area management and meeting the current zoning laws. And if there were one of the private houses, they may be at elevation, and don't quote me on this, but I'm just going to say an elevation that's a foot or two higher than the 100-year flood plain. And that's
Right.
why the area of the beach club, we know that that's where the water has come in from a couple of nor'easters and the hurricanes or the superstorms that we had.
Sure. So a couple more questions and I'm done. I suspect that over the coming years, you're going to want to do this same type of work all the way down Fairfield Beach Road on the town's right of way or possibly on private property. Is that a fair statement? Probably all the way down to Reef Road, right?
Well, the Army Corps of Engineers did a study of it and to see of the ways to protect the town, but it was very cost prohibitive. And it was in the tune of, I want to say, about $600 million. It was something.
Oh, okay.
So what the town right now and the Flood and Erosion Board are doing, and they have like a little bit of a master plan as well, but they're going to be looking at little sections, low-hanging fruit or sections that we're able to tackle and possibly get, if it's possible to get grant money for as well.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. If this is going to cost us $2 million, maybe a little bit more, that's something that we might get reimbursement from the feds or the state?
All I could say is there's a possibility of that. We would look into it. The FEMA money is very competitive, and we would have to do a detailed cost-benefit analysis.
Okay.
And then that gets put in kind of like a hopper against all the other regions. And, if you have a favorable cost-benefit, then you have a better chance of getting the grant.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Any further questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, we are on the townwide guide rail and fencing.
Okay.
Mr. Hurley?
Yep. The town of Fairfield infrastructure is aging, and in many cases, roads and bridges don't comply with the current codes or roadway standards. We receive bridge reports like or every 2 years, and based on these reports, many of the bridge approaches, their roadside, their guide rails are aging, or as I said before, they don't meet the current standards, and they highly recommend replacement. There's also some roadway where a car or trees have damaged the guide rail as well, and they should be replaced. Now, typically DPW will replace a few sections per year, but this is the first time that we're going for because there are so many. We're going for the non-recurring bonding money for this. As I said, we have over 4,000 lineal feet of guide rail sections based on some of our inspections and those bridge reports.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurley. Questions on this item? Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Hurley, is this a legal requirement that they be done, or does it only have to be done once, like a new bridge is being put up?
That's a tough. I can't answer that, to be honest with you. I just got something in the from Yukon Technology Transfer that says that the town does have obligation to provide safe roadways, and so it's really your definition of that. And it's the same thing with one of the future ones that we'll be talking about in terms of even traffic signals and things like that, that the town does have an obligation to maintain, repair, and upgrade. And by at least having a plan in place and doing a significant amount, I think that would protect us from other liabilities. We can't do them all right away, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so you don't know whether it's a legal responsibility or not, like it's like a statute or something like that requires us to do it?
I don't know offhand. I believe it is, but let me check on that. I don't want to say if it's not, but I can check on that, especially for our next meeting.
Okay. Yeah, if you could just check on it. I mean, obviously, we want to avoid liability if someone gets hurt, and we were supposed to have done it. So, if you could just find out maybe from Town Attorney Baldwin, that would be great.
Sure, no problem. One real quick though is where there's a deficiency and either somebody complains about it or there was a car that hit a guide rail and damaged it. I have to believe we do have a legal responsibility for those automatically.
Because we're on notice, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further questions on this item? Ms. LeClaire.
I'm a little confused on this item because I don't recall ever seeing it before. Is this something that's normally in the Public Works budget that we just pay for as needed?
That's been one of my bone of contentions for about the last 10 years or so, even under various DPW directors. I've always said, you got a lot for, money to fix these guide rails. And we've never had a comprehensive plan. And so we're developing one. And we have, as I said, we have locations in mind. We have the amount of lineal footage. We know that there's anchors and attachments that have to be put in. And more importantly, the last 2 or the last two bridge reports in terms of one like last year and one a couple of years before that, they are now starting to get really detailed, and they mention that you know, the guide rail is not attached to the bridge parapet wall, and so they're again, we're being notified of some of these deficiencies, and I think that it's critical to get these in. And then unfortunately, seeing some of the commercials that you see on TV where you know, you slip and fall or you get into an accident, and you know, they describe it a little bit more in the detail of what the situation is, but you know, call 1-800-lawyer, if you know what I mean. And I think the town is responsible for updating these. And like I said before, in the past, DPW has done like a triage of the worst ones, maybe, you know, if we know of an accident, yeah, they'll come in and fix it. But it really is only like, they only do a couple a year, and we're really trying to get them some funding here where they can do a lot more, and even farm out some of these as well.
So in the case of an accident, wouldn't the car's insurance or have to reimburse the town for the damage of it?
If it's known, sometimes that is the case. I do recall the police going after one of the motorists that did damage a town structure, but I do know of 2 or 3 times where they were unable to get the person, you know, or the driver, and that information.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Clary. Any further questions on this item? Okay, seeing none. Moving to Mr. Hurley to Black Rock Turnpike design.
Okay. This is one of those LOTSIP programs that Joe and Jared mentioned earlier. The Regional Planning Agency has approved this and has recommended this project to the DOT for final acceptance. The town was one of a few municipalities selected for this grant in the MetroCog region. The town would be responsible for the design of the project, but the construction, which would be planned in late 2022 or 2023, would involve like new sidewalks, curbs, pedestrian signals, some signal and lane modifications, radius realignment, potential bulb outs, ADA compliant ramps, and as I said before, 100% of that eligible construction would be paid upfront to the town, pending the final agreement and the contract bids when we go out to bid on that. So this is based. The design is based on a report that the MetroCog and the town had hired a consultant to do on the Black Rock Turnpike safety report, and this what they called short-term improvements was listed, and it was enclosed as some of your backup of some of the things that the project will incorporate. So we are estimating the design costs based on previous projects like Kings Highway pedestrian improvement project to be about $250,000, and then we would figure we would get about 2.05 million in construction.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this item? Seeing none. Okay. That one seems easy enough. Okay, item number 7 there, road safety improvements.
Okay. As I was mentioning before, in the interest of public safety, the town has an obligation to improve safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. Almost every day or week, the DPW, police, and engineering receive requests to improve roadway, pedestrian safety, regarding speeding, dangerous conditions, confusing road conditions, requests for signal repairs, signalized and unsignalized intersection issues, pedestrian and bike concerns, child safety, requests to improve or provide safer routes to school, and complaints about volumes of traffic. The proposal here would be to purchase and install what they call the RRFB, or rectangular rapid flash beacons, or kind of like warning lights at high pedestrian activity crosswalks. Would be signs, pavement markings, maybe a low to moderate intersection redesign, road and curb realignments, hiring a consultant to perform signal equipment inventory and preventive maintenance plan, traffic signal equipment upgrades, developing a traffic signal management plan, potential centerline rumble strips, purchasing a couple of radar feedback signs, special pavement markings, or roadway treatments. So those were all the things that we're hoping to obtain for this $250,000 request. And again, the backup was some sample improvements. There was a little picture of a RRFB, as mentioned before. And then in terms of the traffic signals, the town really does not have a traffic signal management plan. I've been working on one, but we would hire a consultant to just wrap that one up, and then also do an inventory. Unfortunately, the town has now 17 locations of signals, 15 controllers. And so we would develop a maintenance checklist. We would create an inventory list and really try to tackle some preventive maintenance. Right now, the town does not have any preventive maintenance. We are reactionary on that aspect. Whenever a signal goes out or if there's a problem, we just react as opposed to really having what I'd call at least a small inventory of stock. We do have bulbs because they go out, and some of the minor equipment. But one of the drawbacks that we have, unfortunately, as well, is we have 3 different types of traffic controllers, and the equipment, because it involved some grants, and sometimes some of these signals now, like the ones at Commerce Drive, they're already, they look like they're brand new, but they're approaching 20 years old. And the ones, we just had a couple of new ones on Fairfield Woods Road. And then there are some other ones that we up on Park Avenue that are probably in from the 1990s. So the ages definitely vary, and getting a signal plan and preventive maintenance plan will help reduce accidents as well. And then just as I mentioned before, pedestrian bike safety. The town has a complete streets policy. The Fairfield Bike and Ped, along with MetroCog and the town, they have a master plan for bike and pedestrian safety. They listed a whole many, I guess they call it ingredients or recommendations for improvements. And we've been able to tackle a couple at a time, but it would be advantageous, I think, to do more.
Thank you, Mr. Harlan. Are there questions on this item? Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris DeWitt. Not a question, but a comment. Mr. Hurley, in all the years that I've been hearing you talk about bridges and things like that, I really feel encouraged this year that we're hearing so much about maintenance and improvements, and I don't know if that's a byproduct of the new DPW administration or the new administration as a whole, but I just want to tell you, I feel really, as much as I don't like to pay for a lot of this stuff, I really feel like you're doing some good stuff here. I just wanted to say that, because it feels like we're doing the right thing, especially with these, with your comments about the lights and the stoplights maintenance. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeWitt, thank you. Any further comments on this item or questions? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to the Congress Street Bridge design.
Okay, a little update on the Congress Street. You might recall the town approved $180,000 back in fiscal year 20 for doing the beam and parapet wall. We were about 70% done with the design or the design of that repair. And when the state came out with the latest bridge report, and besides the one girder, girders 2 and 3 had become worse condition as well, and there was this opportunity through MetroCog and the state to go for LOTSIP grant for a new bridge. And the request before you would be for an additional up to $150,000 to complete the design now of a new bridge, using also that 180 that we had for repairing the bridge. And we would get essentially about a $3 million new bridge. The repair would have given us an extension of 10 to 20 year service life, probably based on this latest report, a 10 years service life extension. But now with the new bridge being designed and constructed, the new bridges usually have a 75-year service life. Another good news is I am asking for the 150. I'm hoping that we wouldn't even have to spend that much. Usually the LOTSIP bridge, there's less paperwork involved, and as the federal bridge program. And so sometimes in the past, we've seen the design of the bridge actually be less than it would be if it was a federal bridge. And so, the last 5 years, our bridge designs range from 180 to 350 total, but obviously it depends on the span of the bridge, location, and then the grant funding mechanism. So we're doing the 150 just to cover us so that we can put this out to design RFP and hire a consultant and get the project designed and then constructed.
Okay, thank you. Questions on this item? Okay, seeing none. The last item for you, Mr. Hurley, is the culvert repair on Reef Road.
Right. This one was added on because the Reef Road in particular, DPW and engineering have identified the Reef Road culvert as a priority replacement. In the past, DPW has performed repairs on this culvert, but now the culvert condition has worsened and it must be replaced. A couple of years ago, a sinkhole formed. We were able to get a steel plate over it, and we were able to do what we call sleeving the pipe, and that held up pretty good. But later on this year, actually just I think it was about a couple of months ago, another sinkhole in a different location has formed, and we really have to now replace the bridge. I mean the culvert. It's corroded beyond repair, and so the new culvert, head wall, and connecting stub pipes would be a part of the project, and that's it. It's
okay, Mr. Smith, can you scroll? Yeah, I was going to say, can you scroll down because we're beyond? Yeah, here we are. Okay, so this is something that just came up then. This was
right. Yes, correct.
Okay.
And Reef Road, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Heavy truck traffic, busy road. It's not one to fool around with. And we've, as I said, DPW's repaired it in the past, but we can't anymore. There's nothing left to it. So.
Okay, thank you. Questions on Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Hurley, where's this culvert located on Reef Road?
It's just south of Veterans Park. It's very small. I don't know if in your packet you might see a little. It's really not that big of a culvert, but you would hardly notice it except for the wooden guide rail or fencing that's on the side of it. It's surrounded by all the houses that are there.
So if you were going from Oldfield Road, and then would you pass Richard White Way, and then it would come up?
Yeah,
Okay.
It would be between Richard White Way and, say, the Sea Grape.
Okay, great. Okay. All right. Just a general question, because obviously there's a lot of projects on this whole thing tonight, as you're finding out. Some of them are yours. And just not saying we're going to cut any of these things, but if there was one of your projects that could be pushed till next year, which one would it be? Because obviously some of them, we're getting a whole bridge for $3 million. So clearly I wouldn't want to do that, but you know these projects best. Is there one that would be the easiest to, or least painful to push off for a year?
It's really hard because as Mr. DeWitt mentioned before, a lot of these are involving the safety issues. And I really, I really have to admit, I would never have put them all on unless they needed to go forward. I'll look at them again and see. I mean, going back to the flood control one, it's only a matter of time on that one. The guide rail and the road safety improvements and the culvert are definitely all safety related. And then the Black Rock Turnpike is another grant that we have, and it involves pedestrian and roadway safety. That section of Black Rock Turnpike, according to the report, had like 700 accidents or something in like a 3-year period. So they're all involving safety for the most part here.
Okay. And you had a Perry's Green bulkhead on before this evening. Now I don't see it on here from last week.
Right.
That might have moved the capital, Jim. That might have moved the capital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that's another safety one too.
All right. Okay. So, all right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Hurley, that does it for you. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you for having me. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
We're to the fire department with 2 items before us. I believe I saw, who's going to present for that? I thought I saw Chief McCarthy, but maybe not.
Yep. I'm here, Jim.
Hey, Chief. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Okay, so we'll start with the first item there, which is the pumper for $725,000.
All right. So this is part of our capital replacement plan. As you know, we forecast out for 10 years at a time for a vehicle replacement. We have made a commitment to the town that we would not have back-to-back or more than one vehicle in any given year. That has some previous experience where that occurred, and that has a ripple effect. If you buy back-to-back 10 years or 15 years from now, you're going to have to do that again. So we've been very careful to maintain a vehicle replacement plan. And we have a very extensive document that we have shared in the past. I don't have it available to share my screen, although next time we will. But we do have a capital vehicle replacement plan that details the entire process by which we acquire vehicles, where we place them, how we rotate them from busy stations to slow stations. Our replacement strategy is to move vehicles from frontline service after 12 years to reserve and then standby to get a full 25-year life out of each of the vehicles. The vehicle we are replacing is currently housed at Station 4 in Southport, and it is a 17-year-old vehicle. We have been able to, by careful maintenance and rotating it to a slower station, been able to extend its life. So we're very happy that we did get that life, but we do need another 10 years as an active reserve out of this vehicle. So it will not be retired. It will go into reserve.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Questions on this item? I'm seeing none.
No, Mr. Walsh.
Sorry, Mr. Walsh, go ahead.
Good evening, Chief. How are you?
Good, Mr. Walsh. How are you?
Great. So it stays in active service approximately 10 years, and then it goes into a 10-year backup status. Is that correct?
We schedule it for replacement after 12 years. And some vehicles go a little, this one is going 5 years longer than that. But in our schedule, in order to maintain the schedule and to maintain a schedule that projects replacement, so there are no two replacements back to back, it works out to a 12-year. But we adjust that based on, what experience we're having with vehicles. And as you can imagine, just as automobile life expectancy has changed with quality of manufacturer, and also as it relates to trucks, some of the road conditions that have impacted life expectancies, those numbers vary from generation to generation. But right now, we project replacement at 12, and we keep it another 10 years or more in the reserve capacity.
And then what happens after the reserve capacity of 10 years expires? What happens to that vehicle then?
So right now we have an older vehicle that is kept down at the fire school. We use that if it's a very old vehicle. We keep it in case we had a flood response and we don't want to send a newer vehicle into the Fairfield Beach Road neighborhoods in an emergency. So we'll keep an older one. Typically, once they reach the end of service life, they'll be surplused out, and we work through purchasing to surplus them out. They are surplus for parts, and occasionally a contractor will need a pump, and they'll bid on it for that purpose.
Okay. So this extra time is past reserve status, correct? But it's just kept down at the fire training center.
So what happens is the 10-year period of active reserve. So there's reserve and essentially standby. The reserve is these vehicles are kept in emergency response ready mode. If a vehicle is in for service, that reserve goes into frontline. If a vehicle needs any repairs or maintenance, the reserve goes into frontline. So they're kept equipped and maintained in order to be frontline service.
Okay, but
I would just add that during storms and major emergencies, we overstaff. Typically for hurricanes or wind events, we overstaff and staff those reserves as frontline vehicles. So we increase the number of vehicles on the road in order to maintain a response time.
But after the reserve time, if something has to go in for we're still repairing the stuff that's kept down at the fire training center?
Yeah, they are maintained roadworthy, but they're not maintained and equipped in the same way that the ready reserve is.
Okay. Okay. I noticed in the 14-point presentation, which if Jared can scroll down maybe a little bit, a page closer to the top of it, closer to one, let's see.
For the pumper, Jim? We need,
Yeah, for the pump.
Yeah, Jared, we need to go up.
Yeah, you're on the station renovation.
Yeah. Okay, getting close. Thank you. So anyway, in the write-up, it says about what equipment you're going to be putting on.
Yep.
Is that normal? I mean, have we done that in the past? Because I don't remember getting a presentation of what equipment was going to be placed on the vehicle.
Chief, I wrote that. You want me to say something?
Sure. Go ahead. The deputy is on.
So, Mr. Walsh, what that is, I think that's in the first page. Are you referring to the in the first page? What I did is I explained
Under
what
background.
a pump, yeah, under background. Yes, I explained what a pumper does, just to give the board an idea of what we were buying, the type of vehicle. Saying, for example, that it has this type of equipment on it typically. It wasn't that we were buying all that with this purchase, for example.
Oh, okay. I was confused because I thought that when you were listing it, all the equipment, I thought you were saying that we're going to purchase that as part of purchase of the pumper truck. So
No,
we're
not
just
all that.
buying a pumper truck, and then you will outfit it with the things we need for it. Will those all be brand new things too?
Well, certain
Or they
things
come off?
certain things we would, for example, because if you were getting a new pumper, you would have to maybe mount certain tools on it the right way, and you're not going to take it off the truck that we're throwing away because it's that's 20 years old. So we would need something for that, for example, and we would usually buy new hose with it along with the new pumper.
Okay. Under the vehicle replacement program, what's the next truck in line after this pumper truck? And when would that
would be engine 5. And that is scheduled for 2 years from now. So we have an off year. And then in the following year, that would come up in our capital replacement plan.
Okay. Would it be a problem to move this to next year, this vehicle? I just don't know the condition of it, so I'm kind of relying on you.
So it would be difficult to move it to next year because, the age of the fleet, this is a vehicle that is already 17 years. And I would be hesitant or reluctant to move this off another year just because it's time to put it in reserve status so that we get the life that we need out of the vehicle. Frontline service, regardless of the station, creates a lot of wear and tear. And we're balancing that against the longer term view of how we maintain the fleet and have ready reserve available. Our ready reserves are fairly old, and as much as we need to move this on, we need to retire some of those.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further questions on the pumper? Okay, thank you. So Chief, we'll go to your next item, which is the fire station rehabilitation.
So if you want to give a brief introduction, Mr. Chairman? Okay, so we're in phase 2 of a long-term station rehabilitation project. As you know, we were funded for $250,000 in the current year to renovate bathrooms at Station 1, 2, and 5. That's Reef Road, Jennings Road, and Congress Street. We have completed the design with the architect has been hired by the town of Fairfield. It was part of an RFP process. We have approved the designs and the project got off to a slow start primarily because of COVID, our distraction, and our reluctance to really engage with visitors and contractors in the station. So we pushed that off, but we were able to get that done in the fall. They are working on, they've completed the, or are working on the construction documents. It is incumbent on us now to complete some asbestos remediation. Buildings of the ages that we have, built in the mid 70s and in the 50s, require some asbestos remediation. We'll do that. We'll complete the bathrooms this year. And in next year, we are proposing to do overhead doors and station exhaust and rehabilitate the floor at Jackman Avenue and do some preliminary architectural work for the big project, which will be apparatus maintenance and our Station 4 and Southport project, which comes up in the following year.
Thank you, Chief. Questions in regards to this item? Mr. Mottola.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. I guess my question is just general. Who is, from a technical expertise standpoint, assisting the department to do this work? Do you have someone from the Department of Public Facilities working with you? I mean, not that I trust you.
No, it's a very good question. I certainly respect.
There's a level of expertise here. Who are you working with?
So I absolutely respect that question, Mr. Mottola. We have, a lot of talent in the department, as you all know, that have done the assessments. We have hired and for the bathrooms, we've hired an architect, but we do work with James Ryan, who is responsible for facility maintenance from DPW. We meet regularly with him and Doug Novak to review our projects, get their advice on those projects, and also negotiate with them, what falls under the purview of DPW, which is primarily envelope and systems, and interior finish renovations, and some of the projects that we've described. We have agreed that would be easier for us to approach given the amount of work that they have.
Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mottola. Any further questions on this item?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jared Schmidt.
Mr. Schmidt?
I just want to point out, because during the December meeting, one of the members had asked about future plans and different phases for the fire stations, and that information is in here. You'd have to scroll down to page 175 of the PDF, but there is a document that lays that out. So I just wanted to let the board members know if they want more information about the future of these projects.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm just going page to page, make sure I don't miss anybody. Are there any questions on this item? I am seeing none. And therefore going to thank the chief and the deputy for being here tonight. Appreciate the work you did over the weekend as well for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so now we have up Mr. Calabrese. Anthony, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, so you have a few items on here, and we did discuss some of these in December, but we'll probably have a couple more questions since this is, it's time to vote in a couple of weeks. So we'll start with your master plan for a 10-year bond of $150,000.
Yep. So the projects that are before you guys, I did present in December, or at least we discussed in December. Nothing's changed in them. Happy to dive into some detail. I know obviously it's getting late tonight, so I don't want to get into too much nitty gritty, but I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
On the well, we'll start with the plan here, right? So yeah, we did have somewhat of a discussion back in December, and so were there any follow-up questions for Mr. Calabrese on this particular item? And Mr. Staffstrom, I suppose just like the plan that DPW wants to put forward, this one you've looked at and it's bondable.
Yes, it's the same. It's the same thing. It's the master plan feasibility study, which would lead to capital projects. So it is, it's completely within the purview of the board to bond that.
Okay, thank you. Questions on this plan from anybody? Mr. Walsh.
Good evening, Mr. Calabrese. Thanks for being here so late. I appreciate it. I don't know. I know we'd asked. I don't know whether you may have given us the answer, and I just didn't see it. I think when you presented in December, we'd asked where you stand with your revolving fund. What is that amount as we sit here today? Do you know?
I do. As we sit here today, it's roughly $50,000.
Okay. And what's it normally?
Uh,
It just goes up.
Yeah, normally we're sitting at around $250,000.
Have you had to spend funds out of there for COVID-related expenses?
COVID-related expenses, and it's primarily, our programming fund. So when programs aren't running, we're not bringing money in. So our programs, a big one that didn't happen was youth basketball. That's a $40,000 revenue hit right there alone. So we've got some. If we do summer camp and we get our numbers that we typically get in normal summer, we'll be right back up to where we should be. However, obviously we're not anticipating having a normal summer, not by any stretch of the imagination. So.
Okay. And in regards to the, specifically in regards to the master plan, who does that master plan?
So we would put this out to an RFP, and we would get a consultant, a consulting firm. The one that typically gets used is Weston and Sampson. They did Darienne's plan and a couple other communities around us. That's the community. That is the company that I've been working with in order to get the quote, so I had an idea of what these numbers would be prior to putting it out to bid.
All right. And I apologize, I didn't have a chance to read the 500 pages of materials we received on Friday evening. I was working all weekend, but so if I ask some of these questions and they're in the materials, please forgive me. But in regard to what are we anticipated to get with this? And I know we talked about it a little bit, so it might refresh my memory. What are we supposed to get? Where we should be going with the programs, whether we should be discontinuing programs, whether we should be doing other programs we don't have?
No, so honestly, this is more about facilities and maintenance projects than anything, more than programs. So what we want them to come in and do is basically do an overview of all our facilities. So the 1,200 acres of parks that we have, our 30 plus neighborhood parks, playgrounds, the open space, passive parks. We want them to look at our 17 school locations that all have fields and things like that, and essentially tell us, hey, over the next 15, 20 years, this is what's going to have to be done in order to keep up with the maintenance. And I've been in town now, with the rec department almost 17 years, and no offense to any of the funding boards or any of my predecessors or anybody else in town, but I've found that Fairfield's very reactionary. And I think it's time that we start looking forward and getting a more proactive plan in place. And it starts with a plan like this, at least for the recreation department. So that's ultimately what I want them to look at.
And when was the last time we had one of these plans done?
There hasn't been one done to my knowledge in anything that I've read back in X amount of years. I don't want to say 50 years, but I can't find one.
And in speaking with your contemporaries in other towns, they all have them?
Most do. I would say 90% do.
And how often do they do them?
They do, I would say every 10 to 15 years is probably pretty typical.
Okay. All right. And you'll be able to get that done in this year if we grant the funds to do it?
That's correct. Yeah, it's about a year process.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Ms. Marmion.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, I think this is a very necessary thing to do. We're always talking about, the fact that your department drives revenue for the town. We want to maximize those revenues. We want to maximize the services that we deliver to the people in this town. One item that's come up in the past, and I'm not sure where we are with it, is the plan for the marina. How do we maximize our waterfront, et cetera? And I'm assuming that we've asked for that. I haven't seen anything. I don't know if that's currently being worked on by that committee, or if any pieces of this master plan could be worked on. For example, the Golf Commission developed a 10-year, I think it was a,
correct.
Anyway, it was a good model to use, but that specific committee worked on the plan. Then we've got a marina name, right? But the marina committee, I thought, was going to work on a plan. Where are we? Parks and Rec Commission, would some of this be well served by them doing some of the groundwork or the work on this, so that we could save some money and use people who are already very knowledgeable about the entire department?
Yep. So I appreciate all the questions that are in there with that one. So the Marina Subcommittee, which is a subcommittee of the Park and Rec Commission, essentially had done years worth of work, and then we're about to present, I believe, to the Board of Selectmen for funding, or at least in theory, their plan. And then COVID hit. So that kind of got sidelined by the pandemic. That committee hasn't met recently. This plan would incorporate the marina plan, but more at a 30,000 foot level. This one would not get into the details of, layout of marina and things of that nature. I know the marina will be re-examined at some point in the near future, but that right now is kind of on the back burner. I should also point out that there was a Marina Commission that was commissioned back in 1992 to do the exact same thing that the Marina Subcommittee is doing right now, and they didn't make any progress that the town wanted to move forward with. So even back in 1992, the town knew that the marina needed to be updated and redesigned. But here we are in 2021. As far as the Golf Commission's 10-year plan, yes, the Golf Commission had a very knowledgeable Golf Commission with quite a few members on that commission that were capable, ready, and willing to dive into a very specific golf operating plan. The Parks and Rec Commission would be part of this process, as would many other commissions and stakeholders in the community. So while they would have a seat at the table, they would not be the ones necessarily driving the change. And I wouldn't be the one driving this this plan either. I would ask my assistant director to take the lead on this one, primarily just because I wouldn't want any kind of biased opinion going into what I think should be done. And it's kind of the same thing when you get commissioners on there that have a pet project or a pet area. You don't want that to steer the way the commission or the plan is going to go. You want a completely unbiased plan. So I hope that answered all of your questions. I apologize if I missed one.
No, I think that's very helpful. I'm just, I'm looking at perhaps, if the Marina Committee or Commission already had something ready to go to some of what your Golf Committee, 10-year plan to save some money, that would make a lot of sense. Perhaps, down and dirty audit of what's already been done in the different areas of the Park and Rec Department that could be used larger, I understand, kind of bird's eye view of what we're looking at, I think that would be very helpful. And because it does seem like quite a lot of money, and that there is a lot of expertise within your various used, so we don't reinvent the wheel. And then the other question is, can you just comment on why we're thinking of bonding this? Why bond this? Thank you.
This would be bonded. Typically, I've always followed the guidelines, or if my understanding is wrong, you guys could please correct me, but anything over $100,000 I've always believed had to necessarily be bonded. So that's why.
Right. I get that. I just don't, I understand that. I just wonder, have there been any conversations in terms of not bonding this, of funding it budget?
Well, you guys, yeah, I mean, you guys know better than me. And if you say that, hey, you know what, this belongs in the operating budget, then we'll figure out how to get it in there. And then I would just need you guys to support it. I mean, most times when I come before you guys for a budget or the RTM, you guys look at the bottom line and say, oh, well, this is an increase of, 27%. No way are we going to do that in 1 year. So, but I mean, obviously, if you guys made that decision, that's not a problem.
I hear you.
We can try to make that work as long as
the other alternative is get this under $100,000 for us. If you look at what already exists, if we can get that price down, then it might be more palatable. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jared Schmidt. I just want to, if I could, weigh in on that and that question. This is a plan to do some infrastructure, capital improvements, and so as you've seen in other parts of the presentation tonight, whether it be related to buildings or there may be something in the future about paving. This is the first step in capital or infrastructure improvements, and so this type of plan would be considered part of that capital process, and so there's precedent for it. We have it in here a couple of times for different things, and so it's not inappropriate to do this as bonding. Like Anthony said, it's ultimately your call.
Right. I think the point was that it was not inappropriate. It's just a consideration of putting it into the operating budget. So,
and Mr. Chairman, just through you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I could just formally ask for that kind of.
Go ahead, Ms. Marmy. You're breaking up a little bit. That's why I'm kind of talking over each other.
Oh, I have. Chairman, that Mr. Calabrese just sends us kind of an audit, down and dirty audit of what already exists in plans for the various areas in Parks and Rec, so we can see what's already out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Calabrese, can you accommodate that, please?
Well, the only thing that's out there is the marina plan. So I'm happy to send you guys the link to the website. All the documents are on there.
Have you seen other towns' plans?
I have. Yeah, Bristol just completed theirs, or in the process of completing theirs, and Darien just finished theirs about a year and a half ago.
Like completed? It's like completed, or just like a proposal?
Yeah, no. Darien's is completed.
All right, is that on their website too?
It is. Yep.
Okay. Who priced this out?
The quote that I got is from Weston and Sampson.
And they have experience, obviously. They've done these towns that you're aware of?
Yeah, they handled Darien's plan.
Is that the only quote you got?
That is the only quote I got right now, yes. Obviously, this would have to go out to bid, so it was more of just getting a ballpark figure.
Okay. Okay, any further questions on this? Mr. Walsh? You're on mute, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to kind of go back to just a little bit of the discussion that Mr. Schmidt brought up about, you know, whether this should be bonded or operating. You know, it's something we have to look at because we're being presented with a package of non-recurrent capital that's 25% above normal. And it's not a great time, okay? So it's, and that's why I'm asking everybody, and I'm not picking on you, Anthony, just because you're coming in the end of the night. You know, I think you've been hearing me ask everybody about it, like whether there's stuff that can be pushed off, because, you know, I personally don't think we should be going up by 25%. I personally think we should be trying to keep it at $3 million for the town approximately, regardless of what it is. So I think some of us are asking those questions tonight because, you know, we have questions about where it should be. And it's not about whether it should be done or not done or whatever. So, but you're right, Anthony, in pushing it to us where I guess we have to decide where the financing is. You just need to get it done. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Okay, why don't we, Anthony, move on to your next item, which is Jackie Durrell. And just kind of go through them. You have Jackie Durrell, you have Pine Creek, Lake Mohegan, softball field.
Yeah, I can hit them all right now. It's no
Yeah,
problem. So Jackie Durrell, we're looking to do upgrades to the kitchen and the restrooms. Yes, I'm aware that Jackie Durrell Pavilion is not currently open to more than 25 people. Got it. At some point, the governor is going to open that building, and we did redo the ballroom in there, or the only room that's in there. So that is a nice upgrade. The one big thing we've been continue to get pushback on are the bathrooms in the kitchen. The building was built in 1981. It looks like it was built in 1981, and it's been maintained like it was in 1981. There will be some ADA compliance issues with the bathrooms. But again, we've worked with James Ryan, as you've heard his name thrown out a whole bunch of times with the maintenance department. So we were able to come up with some numbers, and we're at about $100,000 for the upgrades for Jackie Durrell Pavilion. The Pine Creek Playground, that's down off of South Pine Creek Road, off of French Road. It's a little neighborhood park like many of ours. That park was installed in the 1970s, and it has features from the 1970s that are no longer safe. Could be ripped out immediately and replaced. The other project I put in here is the Lake Mohegan splash pad. The splash pad was put in 2000. It essentially, you know, could it get another year of use out of it? Maybe, maybe not. There's regular maintenance that is done at that playground or that splash pad almost weekly by James Ryan and his crew. Again, DPW is fantastic. But again, that park is at the end of its useful life. It does get a lot of use, specifically the younger preschool age kids like to use that. And then the last project that I put in here was the Doogie Light project. Now, this one for me is a no-brainer, and I say that because the Little League wants to pay for this, but they want to take advantage of our bonding rates. So they would like us to bond it, and then they would make the payments on it. The Parks and Rec Commission did take this up at their meeting back in August, I believe, of 2020. We only had support for the project. Now, I'm not saying that we won't get pushback from the neighbors or somebody who starts hearing this project, so I do think it should be properly vetted that way. But again, the big sticking point with this one is that the league would like to pay for this. They have the funding to do that. Happy to answer any questions.
Let's stick with that one for a second.
Yeah.
How does that work? How are they gonna pay us?
So we would work that out with the finance department. I would assume that there would have to be some kind of legal documentation that says they're paying, they're making a payment on it. But they do have the funding to do it.
Over how many years do they want to pay?
Well, we would bond it for 20. I mean, that's, those lights typically are lasting between 25 and 30 years. Our tennis center lights are 33 years old or so, and still going strong. Should be replaced, but going strong. So yeah, I believe this would be a 20-year bond is what we're putting in for.
And they would going to take 20 years to pay? Is that what we're saying?
No, I believe that they'd want to pay it off sooner. And honestly, I don't have that piece of paper in front of me at this moment. I could double check with the league on their timing of how fast they wanted to pay it off. I don't know how that works as far as the finance goes with our department or with the town, because I think once the town puts in a 20-year bond, I think we're paying for it for 20 years.
Yeah, thanks. I think we have to think about how this would work. Mr. Walsh?
Well, can we ask Mr. Staffstrom about this? I mean, I don't even know how this would work. So have you ever done this, John?
Well, we have in the past, and our other clients have in the past funded something on behalf of, the softball field is a public facility, so you have the ability to bond for that. My question on the reimbursement is if they're going to reimburse you, and you've got sort of a not-for-profit that I assume is a loose association of softball leagues. The question is, who's ultimately responsible over a 20-year period? If they were coming to you up front and said we had $206,000, or you could even present value the bond if you wanted to, and perhaps take less, you'd be secure in getting the repayment. If you were doing this for a for-profit entity, which can also be done, by the way, if you were doing that, you would have the ability to get some guarantee of the payment. Or when you funded for the WPCA in the past, you had a secure stream of user fees to repay the town for a WPCA bond. So I think the question is, it can be done. The question is how you lock the softball leagues into paying for that over a period of 20 years. Do they still exist 10 years from now? Do they exist 15 years from now? So I think the devil is in the details. I think you might want to find out if they've got money now, how much do they have? How much can they put up? What type of risk are you taking on the repayment?
Those are some of my concerns, specifically like a guarantee. Having worked on a guarantee agreement for 3 hours today, it was probably the top question on my mind was, would the parents guarantee repayment? And I presume the answer would be no.
Not unless your kids are going to play ball for 20 years.
So do we charge the league any fees that we could increase to cover that cost?
No. The little leagues do not pay a per player fee per season because of the amount of money they pay for the maintenance of the fields and any upgrades that we do to the fields.
Okay, but we could start charging a fee, and that fee would be the cost of the lights over 20 years.
Correct.
So I think that's something we should probably look at, because there's kind of a high incentive then to pay the user fee, I guess. So I think you need to talk to the league, but I think, to find a way to do this, I don't know. I don't know.
To me, sorry. No, to me, that makes perfect sense, right? I mean, whatever the cost of the bond is, again, I don't know the cost of the bond, but if it's $30,000 a year and we charge the league $30,000 a year for the next 20 years, that's the cost, right? I mean, that covers the cost. That's essentially what they want. I think it's just how we have to write it up.
So Anthony, we in a couple of weeks, we're going to be voting on most of these, if not all of them. If you can't get it done, I mean, they got a lot to do over the next couple of weeks to get something written up and approved. And I mean, we could take a look at it. So at some point, I mean, you think you can get this done in a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Brown, my other question had to go to Mr. Calabrese, is in regard to what approvals do you need to get to be able to put up this light in that neighborhood, which I'm sure is going to fight it.
Yeah, so I've already spoken to planning and zoning, and I spoke to conservation when Brian Carey was still in there, and I didn't need any additional approvals through them. So I was under the understanding the only permission that we would have needed was through the Parks and Rec Commission. I could double back with the building department and planning and zoning just to double check all that, but I believe we were okay.
Okay, maybe at the night that we do this, you could have Mr. Baldwin on the phone and we would try to take him first to see what the risks are of a lawsuit on this, how much that might cost us, and how long that process would be. Because I don't know, I support that league a lot. Actually, I voted for the softball. Spend the money to do that and give them the property, but I don't want to get caught up in a lawsuit where the town's having to expend, because it's our property, $500,000 of legal fees, plus the cost of the lights. I don't know. I think we need to get these answers, and I think you need to get Attorney Baldwin on, who can also verify some of this stuff with the town departments. And then this whole user fee thing, I think you need to get more information and talk to the league about how much that's going to cost each of their members and whether they'd be willing to pay that and things like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Mottola, you had a question?
I mean, Mr. Walsh asked a lot of my questions. I'm in favor of this, but it seems like there's a lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done in the next 2 weeks before we vote on this. And if you can get there, great. If not, I don't know if we're going to be able to vote on this. That's all.
Right. I agree with that. Thank you, Mr. Mottola.
I mean, if we can't get to it in a couple of weeks, we might not be able to approve it part of non-recurring, but we could always bring it back as bonding for some tied to some other bonding thing.
Right, we can. It doesn't mean it has to wait a year. It just means we might not be ready.
We might not be ready to make it part of non-recurring.
But we don't want to make a mistake. So we just got to make sure we vet this out.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on any of the other items? I know it's getting late, but the Lake Mohegan Pine Creek Playground or the Jackie Durrell.
Yeah. Can I ask a question in regards to Jackie Durrell?
Mr. Walsh?
So I know it's kind of closed, and you think you're going to have any revenue from Jackie Durrell in the upcoming budget you're putting together?
The upcoming budget for the upcoming year, yes. I anticipate that the building will be fully open by this summer.
This summer?
Yeah. So right now, the word is the governor's going to reinstitute phase 3 as of April. Now, obviously, that could change. I mean, he laid out, phase 1, 2, 3, and 4 for last summer, where we were supposed to have phase 3 in July and phase 4 in August. Didn't actually happen. Phase 3 got rolled out, I believe, in October, and then we reverted back to phase 2.1, where we are now. But yeah, right now he's saying phase 3 is April, which phase 3 is 100 people indoors. So if we can start having 100 people indoors, that's the majority of our parties at Jackie.
But you can't book anything until you know.
We've been booking, right? Well, we've been booking 2 years in advance. So yes, we absolutely have that place booked solid. And we've been refunding 2 months in advance. Unfortunately.
Okay. And then, so you say the governor allows you to open up then in, what do you say, April?
That's what he said, yes.
And you're going to have to put together an entire COVID cleaning program for the buildings, which I'm sure is going to raise the cost of your expenses, right?
So we've already done that. Right.
Okay. So that's going to be in the numbers will you present to us when we see the budget for the upcoming year?
That's correct.
Okay. Because after every use, everything's going to have to be sterilized with hospital wipes and all sorts of stuff.
Right.
Just
So
like any other-
we contract that out so we don't have to do it in-house.
Okay. How is that going to work? Have you guys thought about this? About, the president talks about his mask procedures. So are you going to be the ones who enforce that mask procedure, wearing procedure at our facilities?
So the way the rules were written in phase 3 this past fall, the event host, meaning the town, was responsible for making sure all the party goers followed those guidelines. The governor is now saying in the new phase 3, when he rolls this out in April, that responsibility is going to fall upon the renter and not the facility operator. So they're going to put it on the renter as opposed to us.
And then fine the renter. So it's really going to be enforcement actions that our police will have to do, occasionally checking in and seeing whether people are wearing masks, and larger deposits on this stuff, so that if somebody fails to follow these procedures at their party or their event, that we would hold money back as a fine, right?
I would assume so. I mean, we do that now. So yes, I mean, we may have to adjust those rates based upon whatever the fines are.
Okay. Okay. I have nothing else on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further?
I just have one more question for all the projects that Anthony's talked about tonight. I've been asking this to some other people. So out of all the projects you have here, if you had to lose one or push it to another year, which one would that be?
Not really a fair question, because I don't normally put projects on here if I don't think they're necessary. However, I will answer your question.
Well, the question is either you have to do it or we have to do it, potentially, and I would rather you do it because you know what's most near and dear to your department and your needs than me picking one.
It just comes down to kicking the can down the road. I mean, that's what we've done so many years in a row, and that's why you're seeing so many projects across the board, right? I mean, when we started this process, we were told, tell us what you need. Don't sugarcoat it anymore. Tell us what you need. That's what we're doing. So I apologize. That's why these projects are here.
Well, Anthony, the difference is at least you're telling us what you need. The other administration wasn't telling us what we needed. They were telling you not to ask for it. Okay, so that's a little different. At least you've put it on a list. You've talked about it. But as I said, we're dealing with a 25% increase into this area. I understand that it's because some of this stuff hasn't been taken care of. I totally get it. And that's not your fault. It's not anybody's fault who presented here tonight. But we're having to deal with it. We are trying to cover things. We're buying trucks and, coming to agreement on stuff. And I'm not saying that we won't do all your projects. What I'm asking you for is your opinion. Just because you throw one out doesn't mean I'm not going to approve it, or myself personally. I'm just asking you, in your priority, what would be the last one?
Jackie Durrell would be my number 5 of this list.
Great. Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that. Thanks, Anthony. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to figure that out from DPW, from whatever. So, and I'm just one person here, so I don't care. Maybe others don't care about that. I don't know.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Anthony. You have covered everything. Appreciate you being here so late. And I guess I won't say have a good night. I'll say have a good day tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Okay, look, here's what we have. We have the Pequot Library. And then, Mr. Schmidt, we have to take a look at your updated exhibit. Let's pick one when we get there, okay? We can't cover them all, but one that you really want us to see. Then we have these three voting items for WPCF, which should not take long. And then Mr. DeWitt, I'm going to try and do this by midnight. So let's go to the Pequot roof. Is there someone that's going to present that to us?
Hi, good evening all. Stephanie Coakley, Director of Pequot Library. It's good
Good
to be
evening. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. I'm also joined by my colleague, John Gleckler, who's on the call. He's the library's contracted finance manager. Many of you have heard us present together, and so we're pleased to be here. Thank you for your consideration of this unique request.
You're welcome. So would you like to just start with a little bit of background for us?
Sure. We are essentially addressing an urgent need to completely replace, for the first time in its 127-year history, the historic red tile roof. You've heard a lot about deferred maintenance this evening, so I don't think I have to go into detail about that. But the reality is this old building couldn't take one more wet year. It's essentially a project that will make the historic building in its envelope watertight. And this roof project is part of a prioritized list of a lengthy list of capital improvements that's needed at Pequot. And with our Board of Trustees and its Building and Grounds Committee in particular, we're setting out to take the steps necessary to address the long list of capital improvements over the next coming years. And the roof project, as it is, just had to be addressed. And so it's coming with an estimated cost of $1.5 million, and that's to meet the current scope, as well as a contingency in place considering it's an old building and there's a great deal of water damage over the years. The project involves, as I said, this complete repair in kind, and it will protect the building and its contents and our visitors for years to come. The project overall includes everything from stabilizing the front steps and portico to chimney repointing, window repair, new underlayment, which is underneath the beautiful red tile, all new red tiles. And again, this is the first of this kind of project at Pequot in the organization's 125 plus year history. So it's an important one, obviously. And what we have here this evening is for your consideration a dollar for dollar match of $100,000 as part of our private fundraising initiative. We've been able to raise over $1 million in private donations. Nearly 50% of that comes from less than a half a dozen generous donors in the area, all of whom have been affiliated with Pequot Library for 10 to 30 years. So we're extraordinarily grateful for this private support, as well as, of course, business support and Neighborhood Assistance Act support. And I can go into detail about our grant plans for the projects that are down the list. But here we are this evening, hoping to answer any questions you might have in hopes of matching this $100,000 donation.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the board right now for questions. Mr. Mottola?
Thank you very much. I have no doubt that you need to replace the roof. I guess the question I had, and maybe this is for John Stastrom, can we do this legally, John? In other words, we're going to be bonding $100,000 to support a capital project for essentially a private nonprofit entity. So can we do that from a legal standpoint? then a bigger question, and I do support this, but are we opening up a can of worms here? Because we give money to many nonprofits in our budget every year to help their operational expenses. And what happens if one of those nonprofits has an issue and comes to us and wants to help pay for a capital project? So that's my concern. And really my greater concern is really the first question. Legally, can we do this?
Mr. Mattel, I actually had a fairly extensive conversation a couple of weeks ago with Mr. Bremer about this. And the answer is yes. You do have the ability to make grants. I understand you fund the library in the general fund now to the tune of $300,000 or $350,000. You could decide to give them an extra $100,000 to pay for this if you wanted to, but you also could decide to bond for this and use those bond proceeds to make a grant. In this case, the grant is justified over some period of time for your bonding because it is going into a capital project for a not-for-profit. You could speculate that if the Pequot Library was not serving that part of the community, the town would have to have a public library like you do in other parts of the community. So it is the short answer to the question is yes, it is legal. You do raise the secondary question, which is, do you open the door to others to suggest that they should get similar treatment? But again, what Mr. Bremer and I discussed is, but for the fact that the library wasn't there, and it's a private library, but for the fact it wasn't there in that part of town, the town might be supporting a branch library there, a town branch library there anyway.
Yeah, the library is a little different from some of the other nonprofits, and I do recognize that. So, maybe this is going to be a tough budget year, and my thinking out loud here is, we give you $350 a year, and maybe this isn't the year to do it. Can we give them an extra $50,000 this year, an extra $50,000 next year to help cover the cost instead of bonding this? I just throwing that out there. We can't answer that question tonight, but that's a thought. I thank you for answering my questions. And just let me be clear, I do know and understand that there's a real need here. So I just want to make that clear. I just had questions legally. And then the bigger question about whether this is, are we opening up a can of worms here? But I think I can justify that latter question in my own mind right now. So thank you. And thanks for answering the question, John.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Those are good questions and something we have a couple of weeks to think about. Ms. Marmion, you had your hand up, and then Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mottola asked some of the questions that I wanted to ask. Number one, is it legal? Number two, I do want to emphasize that I am concerned with the setting of a precedence fund or bond money for one nonprofit. What's to stop another nonprofit from having a real need? Very uncomfortable saying no or yes, depending on how we look. That something Mr. Middle and Mr. Staffstrom brought up is that we have given $350,000 a year to Pequot. It's at their discretion in terms of how they use those funds. That's in the budget. We typically grant that. Don't tell them how to spend money. We know they have an endowment that they use to fund some capital improvements. And I would just say that given this year, perhaps they look at that money, using some of that money, depending on what passes in the budget, to go towards their roof. That would make the most sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Marmion. Mr. DeWitt, then Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris DeWitt. you're going to hear more of the same from me. I think it's setting a dangerous precedent, especially given the fact that I think, I'm trying to look through the book quickly, but I think we give more to Pequot Library than we do to any other not-for-profit. I looked through the information that you provided, and there's some very general, but I don't see, is your endowment putting up any money here? This is a 125-year problem in the making, and here we are in a year trying to raise, $1.5 million. So I can't support this. I just can't with everything that we've got to move forward with this year. The fact that $350. I'm sure your ask for not-for-profit still going to be $350,000 this year, and I just don't see the endowment kicking in. So, same comments, unfortunately. Thank you.
Would you like to answer before I move on to the next question?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Brown. Mr. DeWitt, I'd like to ask my colleague John Gleckler to speak to the endowment for a bit, if he would, and our position as it relates to this current major capital need ahead of us. John, are you there?
Yes, Stephanie, and thank you. And my name is John Gleckler. As Stephanie mentioned, I'm a finance consultant. I help a lot of not-for-profits in the region. I answered that twice. Just based on the $350,000. So Pequot's library's budget is about $1.5 million. So currently, the town helps support a little over 20%. The rest of that 80% is gained by local donations, fundraising events, and that. So town of Fairfield is actually getting the third branch of the library for a fraction of the cost that they run the other libraries. And that $350 covers a lot of their operating costs. There's not sufficient funds to help with a major capital project like this, which is costing $1.5 million. They do have an endowment of about $2.5 million that they rely on each year, and they prudently only take out about 4 to 5% of that, which is hopefully on a trend, their annual investment return. And they count on that $120,000 as part of that other $1.2 million that they need to run their operations. So if they take any money out of the endowment, that will reduce that balance, and therefore they cannot rely on that $120,000. We will have still a gap in our budget right now. As Stephanie mentioned, we raised $1.1 million. We are hoping that with the town, we have this additional $100,000 match. So this is a great opportunity that we can gain $2 for every dollar that the town helps us with the bonding. That still give us about $200,000 shy of what we would need right now. So the finance committee is looking at options on how to fund that other $200,000, either through a line of credit agreement and do some debt, a little bit of debt, or if they have to take out the $200,000 from the endowment. But that's probably their last option, because they want to maintain that endowment for that $120,000 they use for operations.
Was the library closed at all during COVID?
Yes, we closed March 13th, as the other libraries did, and then reopened in a safe manner in mid to late June for curbside pickup, following in lockstep with our peers at Fairfield, Maine and Woods.
So your operational costs were not what they were in previous years because you weren't paying anyone. Well, I don't think anyone gets paid, right?
We did keep a lot of our employees on. Since being a not-for-profit, we were able to take advantage of the PPP program from the federal government. So we have been paying some staff, and we've been running a lot of programs virtually. So we do still do a lot of programs, and as Stephanie just mentioned, we still do the curbside pickup and things like that. So we do run a lot of programs virtually. So yes, some of the operation costs have gone down slightly, but we have been heavily impacted on the revenue side because we cannot run our fundraising events. So for example, our July book sale that we do every year brings in about $120,000 to help support operations. We were not able to do that. And we were not able to run 2 other fundraising events that would have brought in about another $125,000. So we're impacted both on the revenue and on the operating expense side.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Mr. Dewitt. I'm going to go to Mr. Walsh.
All right. So a couple things. Well, hopefully you'll be able to take advantage of the new PPP loan. So that's hopefully will be a positive. I'll tell you, I'm a large supporter of your library. I'm having me and Miss Marmy, I'm sure we'll be doing the dance on your funding this in about a month and a half. So about whether we should fund you to the full amount or whether you should get less or whatever. We do it every year, it seems like. But I will tell you that I do have a problem with paying for this with a bond. And it's part of what Mr. Mottola said, the precedent that it sets up, because I'm afraid of every nonprofit coming to us and asking us to put it in our non-recurring. To be 100% honest with you, I was shocked that this even made it to us. I definitely think the administration should have never put this on the list. It just doesn't meet our requirements. It's just not something we've ever done and whatever. I do agree with Mr. Marmion. I'm sorry, Ms. Marmion. With Mr. Mottola and some of his comments. I believe this would be more set up to add money to our operating budget because of this circumstance and our partnership that we've had with the Pequot Library for so long. And the fact, this is basically the Pequot Library, a quasi-public-private partnership, to be honest with you. Once again, we get a third branch library that anyone in our town can use for a cost, what we've been paying $350,000. And as all of you know, we used to pay more than that. We used to pay like $400,000. And we went down to $350,000 5 or 6 years ago, I think. I'm just going off memory. So I think in order to support our partnership, our quasi-public partnership we have with the library, I would see this more being put in the budget, and I would ask that the first select woman put in maybe $50,000 for 2 years, and that the library and Ms. Coakley go back to this donor and ask them, would this, if we were to do that, whether they would still match the $100,000 if we could pay it over 2 operating budgets. I don't think the town taxpayers, if we were to do this, should have to pay interest on this for 20 years. If we're going to do it, let's just do it. Do it over 2 years with no interest on it and no bond. I think that would be a fairer way to do it and would show our continued support for our partnership that we've had with them as basically the town's other branch library. So that's what I have to say, but I can't support it as a bond, and it should have never been put before us as a bond as part of this. And I'd hope that as a policy, the partners that we have with our nonprofit support that we give, they shouldn't be coming to us for a bond. It just should not be part of the bond process. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. I really support what you're doing, Ms. Coakley. I just can't support it as part of the bond. I will support it as part of the budget, though.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Okay. Any further comments, questions on this? I would think we've hit all cylinders on this one. So what it sounds like, Ms. Coakley, is that, and we'll run this through finance, okay? That's going to be our job on how to, to get the support to fund this, but it does not look like it would get through at least this board through a bond. But someone will follow up with you, and perhaps it goes into the budget. But as you know, this board does support the Pequot Library. We appreciate what you do, and I think we've shown that we're both of us, you, Pequot, and the town are very good partners.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thanks for all you do.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a nice day tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all.
Bye. Okay. That's the non-recurring. There were 17 items on that list. And so it's 11:30. We can get this done. Mr. Smith, yeah, you'll show us the one exhibit. If you need to show us another one, that's okay. But on what you how you want us to view the non-recurring and the capital over basically this year and then perhaps in the next couple of years. But this is a document that came to us also, I believe, yesterday afternoon. Okay, it came in a separate email, but regardless, it's up on the screen. So if you can't find it, you can obviously see it. So, Mr. Smith, go ahead.
Okay, so I got these two kind of go together, so I'll do them. The information, this doesn't change anything as far as the dollar amounts and as far as the projects that are being proposed in our 10-year plan. This just, it's a new document, and it lays things out differently to show the source of the revenue. So this is or normally what we see, and what you guys have seen in the past is typically more of a bonding plan. There's a little bit more information. This is more of a capital, like a true capital plan with that shows other sources of funding. So you heard Mr. Hurley reference a number of times the LOTSIP grant. You know, at some point there will be conversation about Clean Water Fund grant. There's actually, you know, you would include in here money for operating funds for paving, because paving is a capital project, but it's being funded through operating. So if in the future there's operating funding for paving, that would be included in here. So it's a different way of looking at things and kind of gives you the whole picture. And I would add to this that during the last meeting also, there was a request for what are those other grants that are available that we can use our town funding for to leverage and get those grants. And so there's another document that's, I believe it's on page 174, that has that Mr. Hurley provided, that gives a list of some of those grants and what they're used for and how we use them. So yeah, I invite you to take a look at this, and it may, you know, just gives a more comprehensive picture of what the sources are for any of the projects that we have. And then the second one would be the typical, what we normally refer to as Exhibit A. And so that's what this one is, starting with 2021, has your three buckets, I would say, of capital projects, Board of Education, town, and WPCF. And then at the bottom is the grand total of all the projects. If you remember back in December, we had taken just the way that the capital planning workshop had played out, we kind of front-loaded all the costs within the first 4 or 5 years, really. And so over the last month or two, been going through and trying to smooth that out. So it more aligns with what we expect to do and the limit that we're putting on ourselves in terms of the issuance and how much we would actually bond each year. So you can see the total amounts on the bottom. They're obviously more than what you're used to seeing, and I would say that that additional amount is tied to what we presented during the capital meeting in December, and trying to you know, maximize the amount that we can do while still staying under a reasonable debt amount when compared to the budget overall. So And if you remember, back in December, we determined that doing a capacity analysis that we could bond $30 million a year and stay at around keep our debt service at around 8.5% of what the overall budget is. So we're still keeping it pretty low, certainly under 10%. I'll note one of the features of this that you'll see when you get out to 2025, 2026, you see costs start to really go up, and that is mostly related to the WPCF renovation project, which we will definitely have to talk about in the future, and what how that's going to be funded, what the overall cost is going to be. I want to add one more thing to this new sheet that you have here. Mr. Marsilio talks a lot about what he thinks is a good thing to do to be prepared for any federal money that might be coming down. And I think it was mentioned earlier in this conversation that there's a move at the federal level to do a large infrastructure program that would send a lot of money to the states. And so, that could potentially be another area, another column on here where that could be used for capital money. But, trying to get some projects in place, not necessarily for construction, but for design and, preparation, so that when and if that money comes down, we are, as they said with the past program, the ERA program, that we're shovel ready and can take advantage of that type of funding.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Yeah, these exhibits, except for this one, we saw back in December. They have been updated based on the Board of Ed and the changes that the town has made. So are there questions? The one thing I'd like to point out in regards to paving, again, last budget season, we put $1 million in the operating budget. We said we would bond $1 million this year. It has not come before us. However, the intent, I believe, Mr. Smith, is to bring that before us in February, as long as it passes the Board of Selectmen, right? But that's from a last year's commitment. So it's not something that we committed to, obviously, in this budget season, because we're not there yet. I just don't want people to be surprised to see it if it gets to us.
That's right. We're working with Mr. Staffstrom to work on that resolution now, so it's ready for the Board of Selectmen on the 8th, on Monday, and then would go to you guys.
Okay, thank you. And any questions on these schedules? I'm going through. I'm seeing none. Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. We're going to go to the next item. So, Mr. Staffstrom, thank you for being here tonight with us. You were needed. I'm glad you were here, and you have a good day tomorrow.
Happy to help. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon.
We will. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, I'm sure, but thank you.
As you say, have a good day tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to item number 8. And we have Mr. Bill Norton. Mr. Norton, thank you for being here so late. We'll get through 8, 9, and 10, which is your business here. So item number 8, to hear, consider, and act upon a request from the WPCA to appropriate $115,000 from the WPCA fund balance for environmental sampling, monitoring, excavation, and disposal of contaminated soils for the microgrid project, the treatment plant, fire academy, conservation building, and animal control building due to the environmental impacts of contaminated soil. So, Mr. Norton, do you have anything to add to this request that you'd like to share with the board?
make a motion to put it before us too.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Can I have a motion to put this before us? Mr. DeWitt, seconded by Mr. Testani. Thank you, Chris. Is Mr. Norton still with us? Yes, he's on mute. Can we unmute? Well, first, does the board have any questions on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So all those in favor of this item, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, item number 9. To hear, consider, and act upon request from the WPCA to appropriate $53,595 from the WPCA fund balance for environmental sampling and monitoring of a gas line trench and installation of a new gas line to the wastewater treatment plant generator. Can I have a motion? Mr. DeWitt, second by Mr. Testani. This motion is now before us. Mr. Norton, you're off mute. There may not be any questions, but do you have any comments? You've been here all night long, so thank you for sticking with us.
No, I just was wondering if you guys had any questions. This is basically, we need a new gas line to supply our new generator that was purchased through a grant. The reason we need it is because the existing line doesn't have enough pressure or volume of gas to supply the fuel cell, the dewatering building, the administration building, the info building that it's doing now. We've already done 400 feet, which was just to the generator. The gas company's now come back and said they would like to run the line, a whole new line all the way to the influent building. So we have to sample, environmentally sample for another 300 feet. The first 400 feet did come back clean, which was very good. So we're anticipating hopefully that the next 300 feet does also. And this is within the wastewater treatment facility yard.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, opposed? It is unanimous in favor. Item number 10, to hear, consider, and act upon a request from the WPCA to appropriate $135,950 from the WPCA fund balance for the design to replace 311 feet of the East Trunk Sewer Wetland Crossing Interceptor from the Metro Center, 210 Ash Creek Boulevard, to the intersection of Kennard Street and Kenwood Avenue in accordance with bid number 2021-36. Can I have a motion, please? Mr. Mottola, seconded by Ms. Charlton. Okay. Mr. Norton?
Yes, the town went out for RFPs for engineering firm to do the design of this line. The line is undersized. Again, as you said, it's from the Metro Center crossing from Ash Creek to Kennard, the corner of Kennard and Kenwood. So we went out. We had 4 responders. We put a panel together, reviewed it, and D&B engineer and architects were chosen for the $135,950.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Norton, is this undersized because of all the new apartments and things going on over there by the Metro Center, the new construction of all those apartments and stuff like that?
It was undersized before that.
Obviously, it didn't make it better.
No, but and we're going to head and trying to increase this and make it size for this flow, and also doing the rest of the looking at the rest of the East Trunk line, which is part of another project.
Will this also benefit the Metro Center property if it turns into residential?
Yes.
Are you sizing it for that as well?
Yes.
All right. What kind of fees do you get in for all these residential properties when they're being built? So they have to pay a fee, right? The developers?
Yes, and I apologize, I'm not WebEx because my connection didn't work. So Chris Rogers is also joining me. So Chris, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Can you, I just want to make sure I'm accurate in the fee, so tell them.
Yep, the current fee is $4,250.
Per what? Development or
per unit?
Per unit.
Per unit.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
By unit, do you mean that if there's like one condo unit, they have to pay $4,250?
It's based on projected flow. So what's projected out of a unit. So what a unit is considered is a 2-bedroom unit, or 2-bedroom apartment. We prorate a 1-bedroom apartment down to 1.5 people per unit. So there's a formula or calculation that we use to determine this figure.
Okay, so all the fees that have been brought in for all the apartments that are being put, on the, I guess I don't know how you explain what side of the Ash Creek you're on, would have probably paid for this $135,950. There's current construction going on over there of multiple apartments. It looks like hundreds of apartments.
Yeah. And that's part of the revenue generated from that I&I line that's in the sewer.
Control the center. You can control the game.
Not sure what that was. So, do you know the apartments I'm talking about that are still being constructed?
Over by the Metro
Center? Yes, I do. Yeah, by the Metro Center.
Okay. Do you have any idea how much revenue that's brought into you guys because of the connection, having that project tied in?
That brought in about $500,000.
Okay, so it's a lot more than this $135,950 you want to spend. So
yes.
It kind of paid more than paid for itself, correct?
Correct.
Then I have no problem with it. I'll support it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can just give you another little figure. The projected fee from the Metro Center property is roughly about $1.5 million. So
perfect. Love it. That's great. You answered my question. So kind of more than pays for itself. Thank you very much. Sure. Thanks, guys, for the information. I really appreciate you staying on.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Any further questions from the board? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Okay, that is unanimous in favor, no opposed. All right, thank you both. Appreciate you being here. Sorry it's kept you to midnight.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, to item number 11, we postponed, and that was a very good call for the internal audit. That we'll hear that on March 2nd. Item number 12, to hear, consider, and act upon a recommendation by the Board of Finance Senior and Disabled Tax Relief Committee regarding the Chapter 95 tax relief for elderly and disabled homeowners ordinance, and we'll turn it over to Mr. DeWitt to present. Mr. DeWitt, the chair of this committee.
We are going to vote on this, so it needs to just be put before us.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. DeWitt. I'm sorry, Mr. DeWitt, seconded by Mr. Mottola. It's getting late. I'm just trying to move things along too quick. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So in the continuing struggle that is Senior and Disabled Tax Relief Committee closing this out, I was in front of the L&A committee, my gosh, a month ago or so. And the one last piece of information that we were debating was the review committee and how often it meets and how it meets. So I went to the town attorney and I said, listen, our committee's been disbanded, but I did inquire of Mr. Walsh and Ms. Marmee, and I said, well, what do you guys think? We came up with some language, but the town attorney said, you really need to run it by the Board of Finance. So here we are again. So if you can see the first language is existing today. So what it says is that at the first regularly scheduled meeting, the RTM shall convene a committee. Well, we all know now that the Board of Finance has to recommend any changes to this ordinance. On top of that, we who have been through this process numerous times realize that really the process starts with the tax assessor, because we don't monitor this ordinance and we don't monitor the tax collection. So this is our proposed language, and I want to thank Ms. Marmion for her inputs and Mr. Walsh for his legal inputs. But what we would like it to say now is, instead of saying review committee, it's going to say senior and disabled tax relief review committee initiation. So when the town tax assessor believes revisions should be made to senior and disabled tax, he or she shall make a request of the Board of Finance to review. At that point, the Board of Finance shall create a 3-person Chapter 9 tax relief for the elderly homeowners review committee and make a recommendation to the entire Board of Finance. If the Board of Finance as a whole then determines that changes are necessary to, again, the same tax relief for elderly and disabled homeowners, a joint senior and disabled tax relief committee shall be formed and tasked with recommending changes to the Board of Finance. So what does that mean? That means that the joint committee will consist of 3 members of the Board of Finance review committee, the three people originally tasked, and then 2 additional members of the RTM. Those 2 RTM members shall be appointed from the Special Legislative Management Committee and may not be from the same political party. Apparently, that's standard language. Then the Board of Finance will review the recommended changes that are proposed by that committee and vote on the recommended changes to the RTM pursuant to its approval process. So I humbly ask that we take the words existing and change to proposed, and allow me to go before the LNA committee tomorrow evening and present this as approved by the entire Board of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Are there any questions for Mr. DeWitt? Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh, you're still on mute.
Mr. Walsh.
I'm sorry. I would just like to say that I support this as a member of the committee, and I think it's really necessary. Under its current, the provision as it's currently written, there's, I believe, a lot of pressure. The RTM has to look at this every single year. It should not really be something that needs to be looked at every single year, because I think what's happened, we have the most generous senior tax relief in the state of Connecticut. And the problem is, every year they form this committee, the new committee thinks they've got to make it better, or else you don't support seniors. And it's caused it to kind of get out of control. It doesn't need to be looked at every year, in my opinion, my humble opinion. It should just be looked at every once in a while and go from there. And I think that this still keeps the process that we have to give a recommendation pursuant to statute with us to make a recommendation based on a committee of 5 looking at it after we believe that there's a problem and should be corrected. That's it.
And if I may, our committee recommended strongly, I think Ms. Marmion was probably the strongest proponent of this, that, we need to do this process together with the RTM. It was a little dysfunctional this time because we were going through different changes of who's doing what to whom, right? This not only solidifies that process going forward, but then it gives a process to start the process. And so far, everyone I've spoken to the RTM, especially on the LNA committee, has said, listen, the tax assessor is the right guy to tell us to start this process, because we're certainly not going to look at this every year. The RTM, even if they wanted to look at it every year, they still have to call the tax assessor to get all the numbers. So,
Ms. Leclerc?
thank you.
No, I like your policy, how it's written. I just have one question, and that is it putting it a lot of eggs in one basket by putting it all on the assessor? Should it be either the assessor starts the process and the majority or a majority vote of the Board of Finance or a majority vote of the RTM? Just in case it happens to be that the assessor doesn't want to increase senior tax relief and other boards do think they should.
The thought behind the tax assessor starting the process was that, again, he's the one monitoring this. So we believed it was incumbent upon him to start the process. Now, again, I leave it up to the remainder of the board, except for me, to comment. But I don't know what would ever happen that the Board of Finance majority or the RTM majority would say, hey, you know something? I think the senior and disabled tax relief needs to be updated this year. We would literally have to go to the tax assessor and get all the data from him anyway. So even if we did that, it would still kind of be initiated with the tax assessor.
Well, but my thought is that what if the assessor's trying to keep taxes low and not increase the budget? And yet the seniors are leaving town and everyone feels the need that we should be increasing it. So that's why I just thought maybe there should be an alternative too.
Let me just go. Thank you, Mr. Claire. Let's you started a discussion here. Let me go to Mr. Mottola, then Mr. Walsh.
I don't think there's anything in this language that precludes the Board of Finance from saying we want to look at this. If we feel like we need to look at it, or if the RTM wanted to float it out there. So I just don't think the language precludes us as a board from saying, you know what, it's been 4 years. Let's take a look at it. Even though the tax assessor hasn't initiated anything, we still have the authority to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Mottola. Mr. Walsh.
I think the control is in, you want it, the public wants it, talk to the first select person at the time. Somebody should run on it. They can run on it as part of their platform to run for first select person. If the current tax collector won't follow what the first select person wants to do, the first select person can fire that tax collector, get another tax collector in there that'll do it. You can do whatever you want. But, you know, there's policy ways of doing what you want to get done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Claire, do you want to follow up or? No? Okay. Any other questions on this item?
Fine, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'm seeing none. Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor of this item, say aye. Okay, it is unanimous.
Sheila, that hand didn't go up way fast enough.
It's kind of hidden.
I know. I was getting worried there for a second.
I do want to say one thing, which is thank you to Mr. DeWitt for really championing this and for all of his hard work and diligence. He was a great leader on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marmy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the committee. And Mr. DeWitt, you presented this more than a few times to the RTM, and you're going to tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
We thank you for that as well. It's a lot of time and effort. Okay, we are on to item number 13. To hear, consider, and act upon any communication. Mr. Schmidt.
Nothing.
Okay. So it was a long night. We did get done. It is 12 o'clock. I just, I wanted to fit this into 2 meetings as opposed to having a third meeting. At our quarterly, we'll have our quarterly, and then we'll vote on these bond resolutions. We've asked our questions, though. If we have more, we need to get some more back and forth and some more feedback from the administration, just please send me the questions and I'll forward them over and I'll send them out to the whole board. Okay, so that is the plan as of now. Moving to item number 14, to adjourn. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Mr. DeWitt, seconded by Ms. Marmion. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Good night, everybody, and thank you.
Nice job,
Good
Mr.
night.
Chairman.
Good night. Thank you.